All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast. I should say welcome back. That's what I meant to say. And welcome if you're new. I want to thank everybody for being here. Easter Sunday. Hope everybody's having a good Easter so far. I want to wish everybody a happy Easter. It's always, dude, I swear, I've done so many live streams at this point, and it's never not awkward starting a stream. Like it's always awkward because there's this delay. I think it's probably like a 15, no, maybe not 15 second, maybe like a 10-second delay. Easter bound gamer. Where's my bunny suit? Yeah, no bunny suit today. Um, but yeah, I want to thank you guys for waiting patiently for the stream to start. As always, means a lot to me. I try to always give it a couple minutes, let people file in. Let's see here. Got a couple super chats right off the bat, which thank you guys for that. Really appreciate it. I'm going to read them, of course. But before I do that, I want to let you guys know some of the topics we're going to be discussing over the course of this episode, and also let you guys know a couple of ways you can help out. Irate Volcano, you're saying proud to be a new member. Well, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're proud. Shout out to all of my members. And so, yeah, I'll give you a quick rundown of some of the topics we're going to be talking about over the course of this episode. It might end it. I said this last week, okay? Anybody who tuned into the podcast last week, I said, oh, it's going to be a shorter show. It's not going to be 4 hours. Ended up being almost 5 hours. So, take it with a grain of salt, but this might end up being a little bit shorter of an episode. My throat is pretty sore for some reason. I don't know why. That just kind of came out of nowhere. So, between that and, the fact that it's a holiday and the fact that we do have topics to discuss, but not like a ton of topics. So I'll let you know what those topics are now. Obviously, we're going to talk about the new PlayStation handheld. This is something that is apparently happening. We have a good source coming out saying that, yup, Sony is planning on announcing the next PlayStation handheld. And unfortunately, I don't think it's what most people were hoping for. We're also getting further confirmation that a PS5 Pro is in fact happening, and it's coming out holiday of 2024. So we'll talk all about that. We're going to talk a little bit more about PlayStation VR 2. We have another not so great report, and I don't know, it's starting to get a little bit spooky out here when it comes to PlayStation VR 2, unfortunately. We're going to talk about this new report that came out that apparently reveals, or claims anyway, that Sony is not the one responsible for Square Enix deciding not to release their games on Xbox. And this, I think, is pretty important because this report is coming from, I think, an Xbox insider or somebody who is known to have some inside information regarding Xbox. And this topic is pretty funny because I talked about it in my video yesterday, and there are seemingly some people who don't believe it, right? Like they're coming out and they're saying that this is just Sony's shady practices, or it's clearly Sony. And it's like, dude, the source is an Xbox fan, like an Xbox fan, an Xbox insider. Okay. They're the ones saying that Microsoft is apparently to blame for their poor relationship with Square Enix. So that's going to be an interesting conversation. We're going to be talking about how Sony and Jim Ryan are very upset with the CMA, or the UK regulator. Sony put out their response letting everybody know, how they feel about the CMA deciding to suddenly reverse their stance and be okay with Microsoft's buyout of Activision Blizzard. And then we might talk a little bit about God of War's big new Game Plus update. And I'm sure we'll have other topics to talk about. Through you guys know if you're new here, to give you an idea, I don't know how many people here right now are new, but whether you're new or not, there will be some. I call them side quests. You know what I mean? Where we go in random directions. I give you the topics up front, but the chances of us staying just on those topics and those topics alone is pretty small. So, all right, let me see here. So, a couple of ways that you can help support the podcast and help support what I do here. I say it every week, and it's worth saying because I am fan funded here and I really rely on you guys for the support. So if you are able to donate a super chat, if it's within your means and you have something you want to say, I'll read that super chat. That's a great way to help support my channel here directly, help support the podcast and my streams directly. So if you're able to do that, please consider doing so. And a big thank you and a big shout out to everybody who does donate a super chat. Consider becoming a channel member. That's extremely helpful as well. And also consider hitting that like button. If you just enjoy the streams and you enjoy watching the content, hitting that like button goes a long way in helping them out. So, before I dive into the first topic here, I want to give a shout out to the Play Has No Limits Plus membership tier. A big shout out to Agile Ice 24, Chris B, PlayStation Pete, Padsy, Nakamichi, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Whiskey Gaming, RU46, N2 Ray, Josh Z. And then we have the Play Has No Limits membership tier. So a shout out to Lady K, Sim Particle, Zanarkan Blitzer, Jeffrey Luttrell, Godly Sir Speaks a Lot, Michael McCann, Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Kevin Kahan, JDTV, Shaky Shako, and Black Manta 1989. Thank you guys so much for your support on a monthly basis. Really do appreciate it. And I do have a couple of super chats here. PlayStation Pete, I'm going to read yours first. You're saying, Happy Easter, MBG and family. Rumors say Sony will acquire Take Two Rockstar. Well, happy Easter to you and your family as well, PlayStation Pete. We did have a pretty big Easter breakfast, which is always welcome, always very nice. So my wife cooked up a nice breakfast, and we really enjoyed that. Rumors say Sony will acquire Take Two. I don't know about that, man. I will say this, PlayStation Pete. It makes sense that as we, as we continue to hear more about the acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and as it gets closer to it potentially being approved, there's no doubt that more rumors and conversations about Sony buying a publisher, they're going to crop up. They're going to crop up pretty frequently. And so my recommendation is take every rumor you hear about acquisitions with a pretty big grain of salt because it's all speculation, Um, if any of these big major acquisitions do happen, we're not going to know about them. These are deals that are so high up and there's so much legality involved that things like that don't leak. Things like that don't just come out. In fact, if something does come out, like if there is actually a valid rumor of a big acquisition, there's a really good chance that the rumor itself will be the reason why it ends up falling through and not happening, which is interesting to think. Because you have to understand that when it comes to these types of acquisitions, really there's only a few select people, like high up executives at these companies, that know about what's going down, and they will not obviously leak anything. So if anybody ever says, I heard that so and so is going to acquire so and so, take it with a very big grain of salt. And yeah, so I appreciate the super chat, PlayStation Pete. I have two super chats from New Soul 9. Thank you, buddy. Very generous super chats here. Two 20s. So I really do appreciate that, man. And you're saying, MBG, I agreed with you. Sony was foolish to rely on someone that they never owned. That's no one's fault but Sony's. Let's not forget that Sony should have known this would happen the moment we started hearing about the work environment and sexual harassment that should have gave Sony a big hint that they were going to go up for sale. And this applies with anything in life. Don't fully invest in something that's technically not yours. And yeah, I definitely feel New Soul 9 that this conversation we've been having, right, about Sony and what they've been saying about Activision Blizzard. We're going to dive deeper into it, but essentially Sony is talking about how their business is not going to be able to recover potentially once this deal goes through, depending on the decisions that Microsoft is going to end up making. And I mean, it's understandable, as I say, right? I feel like that's a term I've been using a lot. It's understandable. I can understand. It is understandable that Sony would want to have such a great working relationship with a publisher like Activision Blizzard. It's also understandable that Sony, at the end of the day, would probably look at a publisher like Activision Blizzard. They would see how much they're worth, and they would assume there's no way somebody's going to try to buy them. But it turns out that if that was the assumption, they were wrong, and somebody is buying them. And so this company that Sony had a great working relationship with, and everything seemed like it was smooth sailing, it's gotten completely uprooted. It's been completely uprooted. And I think with that in mind, Sony is now faced with the reality that you did put quite a few eggs in, pun intended, right? Pun intended on Easter, of course. You did put quite a few eggs in the Activision Blizzard basket and the Call of Duty basket. And I don't think Sony put all of their eggs in that basket, right? We know that. And that's why I did that stream where I basically called out Jim Ryan and his statement where he made it sound like their business would never recover. Look, I understand it's going to be very detrimental to PlayStation and Sony's bottom line, but this idea that Sony is now in such a dire state, a dire position, that they can no longer recover if something goes wrong with Call of Duty, I think that's crazy, right? Like I think that's crazy to me, and it does insinuate that Sony relies so heavily on Call of Duty, that they rely so heavily on Activision Blizzard, that this is going to ruin them. I mean, it really does point out just how big and how important Call of Duty is. And I also want to say this. This is worth pointing out. Okay, this is worth pointing out. On my last stream, I believe I did it on Thursday, quite a few people tuned into that. And that stream was dedicated to just talking about this situation where Jim Ryan, that's what he said. He said that if Microsoft were to degrade Call of Duty on PlayStation, it would cause so much damage to the PlayStation brand that they just simply wouldn't be able to recover. And I during that stream expressed how I am in complete disagreement, and I'm kind of frustrated that Jim Ryan would even say this, that Sony would even be willing to say this, regardless of whether or not it's true. I think it's obvious it's not true, but I was pretty frustrated that they would say this because it just doesn't seem right to me. It seems frankly very pathetic and very sad. But a lot of people, quite a few people, much more than I was expecting. I'm assuming PlayStation fans, I'm assuming that anybody who's tuning into my podcasts or my streams that are hours long are PlayStation fans. Um, Quite a few people disagreed. I saw more people than I had anticipated basically saying that Jim Ryan's not wrong, that he's correct, Sony's correct, and this is true. This is a true statement that he's making, and I think this is insanity. Like I genuinely feel that this is crazy, right? Saying Jim Ryan is doing his job. No, he definitely is. I'm not saying he's not doing his job. What I'm trying to focus on is the fact that even if this is true, right? So again, I've seen quite a few people in my comment section responding to that stream, and they were saying that what Jim Ryan is saying is true. He is absolutely right. Even if that is the case, there's still something very wrong with that, right? Like there's still something very wrong with that logic, with that reality. And I mean, New Soul 9, the one area where I definitely agree with your super chats here is you say that's no one's fault but Sony. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct because I have spent many hours, as you know, and I appreciate those of you who know because that means you've been watching, that means you've been listening. I have spent many hours complaining about what Microsoft is doing, complaining about Microsoft's decision to say, we're just going to buy publishers. We're just going to buy the talent. We're going to buy the games, right? We're going to buy pieces of the industry to succeed, to make our platform succeed, to make our subscription service succeed. I've expressed over and over again how I do not like what Microsoft is doing. I'm not a fan of it, and it seems cheap to me. Not literally cheap. Not, like obviously it's the opposite of cheap. It's extremely expensive, but cheap is in it just doesn't feel like this is the right way to do it. And I've been met with many responses and I think they're fine. Like I don't think I don't think people are trying to fight with me when they say this. I think they're just trying to let me know like, "Hey man, that's business. Like this is the business world." And it when I take a step back and I calm down and I think about it and I evaluate it and I try to just think logically, yeah, it's clear that when it comes to the world of business, which when we look at video games, when we look at Sony, when we look at Microsoft, the reality and the truth, the nature of this thing we're discussing is that it's not fair. Turns out most things in life are not actually fair, and business is not excluded from that. And so, there have been many times where I've tried to sympathize with PlayStation and their statements and their stances and the things that they've been saying to the regulatory bodies, and I try to basically get in their corner and say, yeah, this is messed up. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. This is a problem, so on and so forth. But as time goes on, it just becomes clear that it really doesn't matter, at least for me, how much complaining I do. And I do think it matters for Sony how much complaining they do. A lot of people I think feel that Sony needs to be completely silent. They need to stop. And even I feel that way at this point. Like I feel like maybe Sony would be wise to just let it go. But when you look at it from their perspective, they're just trying to get as much out of this as they possibly can. And I can't necessarily fault them for that. I just do think it is seriously disappointing to be reading headlines, as I say, and to be reading quotes from Jim Ryan saying these things where it's like, okay, I'm over here basically trying to talk to PlayStation fans, to talk to you guys. And what I'm saying is, yeah, I think this is going to be potentially damaging to Sony's bottom line. I think this could ultimately hurt the PlayStation business financially. I think that some players could leave the platform. I think that Sony could definitely and will definitely feel the repercussive effects of this acquisition once it goes through, but I don't think it's the end. I don't think it's anywhere near close to the end for PlayStation. I don't think this is what's going to end the PlayStation brand. I don't think that this is going to do permanent damage to a degree in which they won't be able to recover. And as I'm saying these things here on my channel, on my streams to my audience, Jim Ryan is coming out and saying the exact opposite. He's saying that we will not be able to recover from this. And I completely understand that a certain portion of the PlayStation fan base will look at me and say, well, why would I believe you, MBG, over Jim Ryan? Jim Ryan is the CEO of PlayStation. If he comes out and he says that this will cause irreversible damage that they can't recover from, then I'm going to believe that over a PlayStation fan on a stream who's saying, I think it'll be fine. And I completely understand that, right? I completely understand that stance. I completely understand that this is PlayStation CEO making this statement. And naturally, people are going to be inclined to believe that. But I guess I've just tried to encourage people to understand that PlayStation and Sony are in a desperate situation, and they have not hid that fact. They are desperate to say anything that they might need to say to get these regulators to reconsider this entire acquisition. And the same goes for Microsoft. We've pointed out many things that Microsoft and Microsoft executives have said that frankly just sound ridiculous and practically foolish. And we've laughed at it and we've cringed at it. But the same exact logic applies to Sony as well. Sony's doing that exact same thing. So I do not believe Jim Ryan I do believe he's doing his job. Yes, I do believe that this is a calculated, strategic decision to say this specific thing that we can't recover because of Call of Duty. But I don't think it's the truth. I think Sony knows that. I think Jim Ryan knows that. And I think the overwhelming majority of the gaming community knows that. That's my stance on the entire situation here with the latest comment from Sony and Jim Ryan. Now, it's worth noting that when it comes to Sony's general response, Sony says, or Sony calls the CMA's abrupt change in their stance surprising, irrational, and unprecedented. Translation: Sony is basically saying to the UK regulatory body, you guys are crazy. That's what Sony's saying. Surprising, irrational, and unprecedented. Sony is making it clear that they are extremely upset with the CMA's decision to change their stance and essentially approve, or at least they're going to approve, right, this acquisition. And I didn't want to have to witness Sony get to a point where they are still, they're coming out and they sound not good, man. Not good. I rate Volcano 71. You're saying, I feel that Sony is grasping at straws with PlayStation VR 2 and the new handheld. I wish they would just focus on the core system. That's a great point. I rate Volcano. I will say that when it comes to the new PlayStation handheld, right, this is supposed to be it's not a streaming device. The new PlayStation handheld is essentially going to be a DualSense controller with an 8-inch screen in the middle. That's what it's going to be. And it's called, internally at Sony, it's called the Q Lite. I don't know why it's called that. I don't know what that really stands for. But the thing about this handheld is it's going to utilize remote play. So it's essentially going to do the same exact thing that your smartphone can already do, which is connect to your PlayStation 5 via crossplay. But obviously it'll come in a different form factor, and it's not a phone. It'll have a screen, it'll have it'll have the feel of a DualSense controller, and it apparently will have all the features of a DualSense controller as well. It's going to have haptic feedback and the resistance triggers. But a lot of people are not excited about this new handheld from PlayStation because it's not what people wanted. Not everybody. Like, I rate Volcano. Clearly, you're one of the people that doesn't want a new dedicated handheld. But that's the thing. When people think about PlayStation and they think about handhelds, they think about the PlayStation Portable. They think about the PlayStation Vita. And the thing that both of these PlayStation handhelds had in common is that they were dedicated handheld consoles with their own games and their own ecosystems separate from the home console. And people liked it, but Sony clearly had a problem with it. And the reason why Sony had a problem with it was obvious. If you look at the PlayStation Vita, it didn't sell as well as they were hoping initially, And they clearly couldn't stretch themselves that thin. What I mean by that is they didn't have enough resources. They didn't have enough studios. They didn't have enough development talent to be able to properly support the PlayStation 4 console and also support the PlayStation Vita separately. It was just too much. And when you look at what Sony's doing with PlayStation VR 2, it's not much different, actually. It's very much the same. Yes, the PlayStation VR 2 headset, it does need to be connected to the PlayStation 5. And I think that's what's really hurting the sales is the fact that it's more expensive than the actual console that's needed to use the headset. But there's also the fact that the games that are developed for PlayStation VR 2 are not traditional PlayStation 5 games. They have to be created specifically for the PlayStation VR 2 headset. And this is already kind of a problem for PSVR 2. It's already a problem because one of the biggest complaints I've seen so far from people, mainly people who haven't bought the headset yet, it's that, okay, it's expensive, but I have a PS5 and I can get over the price point. There's just not enough games. There's not enough games yet. And I don't know that this is going to change. I really don't know that this is going to change anytime soon because even a game like Horizon Call of the Mountain, this is Sony taking a first party studio, Firesprite and Gorilla, taking one of their biggest IPs, one of their most important IPs, that being Horizon, and trying to put their best foot forward with a first party exclusive PSVR 2 game that clearly is supposed to be, to a certain extent, a type of killer app for the headset. And I'm just going to be brutally honest right now. No one cares. At least the overwhelming majority of people do not care. There are certainly people who have bought PSVR 2 who've played Horizon Call of the Mountain and really enjoyed it, but I'm telling you, I follow this stuff pretty closely. I follow PlayStation extremely closely. The lack of interest in PlayStation VR 2 is not good. I'm not trying to paint a dire picture for PSVR 2, and I don't need to because I feel like Sony and the market are already kind of doing that. We have a report that says that PlayStation VR 2, apparently Sony has cut the production by 20% already. I did see some people saying that maybe it is too soon to assume that this VR headset is going to fail or Sony's going to give up on it because Sony hasn't done a showcase yet. And I think you're correct to think that. I did say that the next PlayStation showcase is going to be the moment that decides, in my opinion, the fate of PlayStation VR 2. And I know that that sounds dramatic, but it's true. It's absolutely true. And some people might not want to hear that, but I promise you, if Sony doesn't show significant support for PlayStation VR 2 during their showcase, you may as well try to sell it while you can or something because this console needs it. Or not this console, but this headset needs it. And that is legitimately the reality of the situation. This is a soft launch of a product that is not doing very well. At least not as well as Sony had hoped. And what it needs right now is a lot of support. What PlayStation VR2 needs from Sony and from their partners is a lot of support. And to me, it's clear that something like Resident Evil 4, something like Resident Evil Village, these are good games that are going to be playable on PlayStation VR2. I mean, Resident Evil Village already is, Resident Evil 4 will be, but it's not enough by itself. A single first party game, Horizon Call of the Mountain, is not enough by itself. GT7 is not enough by itself. Even these games combined is clearly not enough. You're saying lack of demand? Dude, at my store, they said it's high in demand. I don't know what store you're going to, man. Because these VR2 headsets are not sold in store. So you might want to you might want to really question whoever told you that. The only way you can get a PSVR 2 headset is through PlayStation Direct. They're not sold at stores. So it sounds like they might be gaslighting you. I do think that ultimately PSVR 2, and I know there are going to be people who don't want to hear this. And I know that there are going to be people who are saying that I'm being too down on it and I'm jumping to conclusions too quickly. But I firmly believe that the upcoming PlayStation Showcase will determine whether or not PSVR 2 lives or dies. Because if Sony comes out with a PlayStation Showcase and they don't reveal a few big VR2 games, not one, I'm not talking just one game, that's not going to be enough. If they don't reveal a couple of really solid looking PSVR 2 games, not indie games, no offense to the indie developers, but things that would be considered potentially killer apps, it's over. It's over. If Sony really cared about the success of PlayStation VR 2, do you know what they would do? They would, during the PlayStation Showcase, when they have the most amount of eyes on PlayStation, they would not only reveal a couple of really big games for PlayStation VR 2, but they would announce a price cut. Because I'm telling you right now, the number one thing that's killing VR2 is the price. I promise you. I know that there are some people who talk about the specifications and the technology and how it's justified. Yeah, but the problem with that is if people don't care, they don't care. You know what I mean? Like you can explain to a person how amazing something is, but then when you give them the price, that's what's, they're going to determine, you know what? I'm good. That sounds great, but I'm good. And I just think that these are the things that are going to be needed. I mean, at the very least, I think Sony needs to give PSVR 2 a $50 price cut to match the PS5. At the very least. I really do fear that this headset has been released and just basically sent to die. Because I will tell you right now, I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling good. And I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. And I'm getting a little bit off track here. I got way off track. But basically, coming back to the super chat, Irate Volcano, you were basically saying that you wish Sony would just focus on the core system. I am in agreement with this. I did mention the handheld a little bit. Earlier. And what I think is that I think what's going to have to happen is what Sony's doing with the Q Lite handheld. That's the only realistic way Sony could do a handheld right now. If it's if it's between a dedicated PlayStation Vita-esque handheld or this remote play handheld, I think realistically the only thing that Sony would be able to manage is kind of an auxiliary device for your PlayStation 5, right? Like here's a peripheral for your PS5. It's basically like a Wii U tablet essentially. Um I think it does call into question like why? And I've seen a lot of people asking that. They're asking the question like why is Sony doing this? Um to me it just seems like something where they're like, "You know what? Why not?" That's how I'm viewing this new PlayStation handheld because it is kind of confusing that they want to like they have to know, right? Like they have to know that there is demand for a dedicated portable console, at least from the core fan base. There are people that want it. Um, they know this, just as they know that they wouldn't be able to properly support it. And so I think from Sony's perspective, they probably just view this product as, maybe it's just it's like an extra controller essentially that we can sell. And I think that that's the problem. That's the disconnect between what this product is going to be versus how it's being reported. Because naturally, when you see a rumor, when you see a leak, when you see a reliable insider say, I have information on the next PlayStation handheld, excuse me, people are going to get very excited and they're going to assume, dude, this is the PlayStation Portable 2. This is the PlayStation Vita 2. This is the comeback. And I don't fault anybody for assuming that. I don't fault anybody for assuming that. But it's also understandable that when people read it's going to be a remote play device, if you were hopeful that this is it, man, this is the next dedicated PlayStation handheld, yeah, you're gonna feel pretty let down by finding out, you know, this is how much this is how much you're gonna get with a PlayStation handheld. It's gonna be a remote play device. Josh Z, thank you, buddy. You're saying Square's games don't sell well on Xbox. Why would they support a console that doesn't make money for them? It speaks volumes that Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster bundle is not coming to Xbox. Super hyped for it, by the way. Yeah, I've been seeing there's a lot of excitement for the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. A lot of excitement for it. And I think you're absolutely correct, Josh. I do. I think it does speak volumes that uh this Final Fantasy remaster collection isn't releasing on Xbox. And this this is where I feel like you begin to see there is a problem with Microsoft. There is a problem with Xbox and it's not going away. It turns out that it doesn't really matter how much money Microsoft as a company is willing to spend and invest into buying publishers and to buying studios. Like it's not going to suddenly make games sell better on their platform, at least specific games. And when you think about Square Enix, Japanese publisher, it is true that their games seemingly do not do well at all on the Xbox platform. And to me, it's not even a little bit surprising. It's not even a little bit surprising to hear that they just kind of want nothing to do with it. But you know what I find interesting about this conversation, Josh, is that when we hear about this recent report, so this report about Square Enix, for those who don't know, I'll catch you up. There was essentially a report that came out and it claims that there's something like functionally wrong, I believe is the terminology that was used. There's something functionally wrong with the relationship between Square Enix and Microsoft. And this is coming from Jez Corden of Windows Central. Again, he is an Xbox fan. He is somebody who is, I think, in the know to a certain degree when it comes to insider information for Microsoft. I don't follow it too closely, but I know he's a source, and he's the one who said this. And somebody had asked him, I believe it was on Twitter, like, who's to blame here? Who's to blame for this sour relationship between Square Enix and Microsoft? And I think to a lot of people's surprise, he said, yeah, this is Microsoft's fault. He didn't go into detail, and I would have loved if he did. It would have been great to know the exact reasons, but he wanted to make it clear. Again, an Xbox fan, an Xbox insider, wanted to make it clear that it's Microsoft's fault that Square Enix is deciding not to support them. You really have to wonder what Microsoft may have done, because it almost makes it seem like it's not just about sales, you know? Although maybe Microsoft really didn't have to do much. Maybe Microsoft asked if they could acquire them. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it offended them. Maybe Microsoft tried to make an offer and Square Enix was so offended. They're like, you know what? Our games don't even sell on your platform as is. Now you come here and you offend us that way. We're done. We're done doing business with you. Good day, sir. I don't know. I genuinely have to wonder what exactly Microsoft did to basically piss Square Enix off and make it get to a point where now they're just not putting games on their platform anymore. Yeah, I did see a couple people speculating that the reason why Square Enix might be mad is because they want more of that Game Pass money. That's something that we have seen between Square Enix and Microsoft in the past, right? We've seen how Square Enix definitely will take that check, that Game Pass check, and they'll cash it. And they'll put their games, certain games of theirs, into Game Pass. Maybe maybe they thought that they had a good thing going there where they would just kind of keep getting that Game Pass money and they'll keep putting their games into Game Pass. And then Microsoft at some point was like, uh, we don't we don't want to pay for this game to put it in the Game Pass. I don't know. Maybe we'll probably never know. But yeah, I mean, is it really shocking that Square Enix is not going to be releasing games on Xbox anymore, or rarely ever? Not really. I don't think so. Nick Taylor, you're saying, I don't think the handheld will be touchscreen. Well, in the report from Tom Henderson, apparently this upcoming PlayStation handheld will have a touchscreen. It will be a touchscreen. That's what it claims. So keep that in mind. We'll see if that turns out to be true or not. Perfect Image, you're saying, understand this, Sony. Take 3 to 4 years, COD is yearly. Gamers take 3 to 4 years, COD is yearly. We'll see, man. We'll see what Sony ends up doing. I'll tell you right now, I know that they're taking a very pathetic stance. I mean, it is pathetic. We know that Sony is making it clear that, you know what? We're in trouble if we lose Call of Duty. And yeah, they probably... to me, I gotta admit, what's kind of insane to me about Sony at this point is just the fact that it's like, dude, you're not going to lose Call of Duty for at least 10 years. I understand that Sony has to think about the 11th year, the 12th year, the 13th, 14th, 15th, so on and so forth. I understand that. But it's just the fact that it's like, dude, you're still going to have it for at least 10 years. And that's a long time. And the reason why I see somebody asking, how is it pathetic? Well, the reason why I'm calling it pathetic is because it is. I don't know. What else would you call it? You can't call it smart. You can call it business, yeah. But you can't call Sony claiming that their business can never recover if something happens to Call of Duty. You can't call that smart. If anything, that's That's the opposite of smart business because they put themselves in that position. I don't know what else to call it other than to call it pathetic, only because it's not, it is sad. It's not exciting. It's not interesting. And the only thing as a PlayStation fan that I feel when I listen to this quote from Jim Ryan is just sadness. And so I guess I just really hope, and I don't, it's not so much hope, to be honest. I think that Sony absolutely is making moves behind the scenes. And that's why I'm calling this stance of theirs pathetic. Because let's be honest, guys. I know that PlayStation fans don't like to hear that. They don't like to hear anybody, especially, the toxic fanboys out there, but certainly not me either. PlayStation fans don't want to hear, and they don't like to hear anybody saying, oh, PlayStation is pathetic and they're sad and they're crying, right? Like that's the big term that's always used is PlayStation's crying, Jim Ryan's crying, I'm crying, everybody's crying. And I get it. But I think every PlayStation fan can agree with what I'm about to say. And I would be surprised if there was a genuine PlayStation fan that disagreed. The reason why this is 100% pathetic behavior by Sony and by Jim Ryan is because this is not Sony. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows that Sony is a prideful, cutthroat company that has never once in their history, specifically with PlayStation, they have never once shied away from making it clear that they're number one and they are the best in this industry. And they are the best when it comes to here's the best place to play. We have the best console. We have the best games. PlayStation is the best. Sony has absolutely been prideful throughout every generation. And the fan base has also been very prideful. I know this because I've experienced it. And it's not necessarily always a bad thing. I think that's how people might interpret it, where it's like if you feel prideful at all, that just means you're arrogant and you're being rude. Not necessarily. Like, I think it's totally understandable that a large chunk of the PlayStation fan base, or at least a chunk of the PlayStation fan base, would feel a sense of pride when playing games on the platform that they really enjoy. Like, I'm proud of these single player games. I'm proud of Sony for making them, and I'm always willing to say positive things about them because they're really good and they're really fun, and they're well crafted. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think that that goes for all platforms, right? It's what Nintendo fans like to do, it's what Xbox fans like to do, it's what PC fans like to do. They like to get behind, the best qualities of their platform. But there's no doubt that, and this isn't just exclusive to PlayStation, it's for all of the platforms I just mentioned. There are times where people, I think, do become a bit arrogant. They become kind of like rude about it to a degree. And they certainly don't shy away from rubbing salt in the wound if the competing platform messes something up or doesn't fare so well. And this is why I think PlayStation looks truly sad right now, because you have to wonder, like, who do they think they're fooling? Because it's not me. It's not like I am, dude. I love to see Sony be aggressive, not arrogant. I don't like to see Sony be arrogant. I like to see Sony exist in that nice middle ground where they know what they have, they're proud of what they have, they're confident in what they have, and I think that's really what it boils down to be honest. If I had to boil it down to a single word when it comes to how I view PlayStation, how I view Sony, and how I've always viewed them, that single word is confidence. I've always witnessed PlayStation, the executives, the shows, the interviews, the fans, and there's always just this immense sense of confidence. And I always like that about it because I'm like that. Yeah, I think that there's a good reason for that. I think that PlayStation does a lot of things well. Not everything is perfect, but some of the things that they do well, they do really, really well. Like, in my opinion, some of the things that PlayStation does, they do better than anybody else in the industry. And I think that's a good reason to feel confident and to exude that confidence. And that's why I just think it's so off putting to witness that same brand, that same company just come out and be so ready and willing to strip themselves of that confidence. And you don't have to explain it to me. You really don't. Because I know people feel the need to explain it. I'm letting you know now, there's no need to explain it. I understand why. I know why they're doing it. I know that it's business. And I know at the end of the day, confidence doesn't necessarily align with the bottom line of the PlayStation brand and Sony's business. I understand that. But it's difficult. This is ultimately what I'm trying to say is this is why it's incredibly difficult for me to get behind Sony and to support them in this endeavor and to say anything positive about it at this point because it's just like, okay, we get it. You really don't want to lose Call of Duty. You really don't want to lose that money. But I'm not going to be supportive of these things that PlayStation is saying at this point because it is practically laughable. I mean, even still, when I go on Twitter, sometimes when I go on Twitter, I see people still bring up it's like an image. And this image is a compilation of all of the logos, the PlayStation exclusivity logos that were slapped on every Call of Duty box. Every Call of Duty box art and piece of art in general, anything, whether it's on the PlayStation Store or actual, physical boxes in store, and they put it right there where it's like PlayStation exclusivity, so on, and whatever it might be that that they paid for, whether it's like an exclusive operator, early beta access, as pathetic as it sounds, double XP. And in the past, it used to be more egregious. It's toned down a lot over the years. In the past, it would be like you get early access to, I think, maps or something like that, or weapons or whatever it might be. And it's just like this is why. This is why I don't feel sorry for Sony at all, because Sony knew the power of that exclusivity. Did they take Call of Duty away from Xbox? No, they didn't. But you know what they did do? They were completely okay with giving a slightly degraded version to Xbox. And I know how it may sound to some people. Some people might think like, MBG, dude, you may as well just go to Xbox now, bro. You may as well just, start cheering on the Activision Blizzard deal. No. See, two things can exist at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. But for once, well, it's not the only time, but for once, I'm just truly fed up with what PlayStation's trying to say, what they're trying to convey, and the way that they're willing to make themselves look. And I'm in complete disagreement because you know what? It is frankly ridiculous. Truthfully, it is ridiculous that Jim Ryan is willing to come out here and say that if Microsoft gives us a degraded version of Call of Duty, Our business will never recover. You've been doing that to Microsoft for the past decade. And I have to admit, it has not helped Microsoft. But I would argue that Microsoft's failings are not because of PlayStation's exclusivity deal with Call of Duty or the marketing deal with their little bonus exclusives. That's not why Microsoft failed. It's not like the day that Activision decided to sign a marketing deal with Sony, Xbox was done. No, Microsoft did that to themselves because they are missing, and they have been missing, that core component that PlayStation has been building up for decades. So this is, believe it or not, the reason why I'm so willing to call Sony out right now with this statement and with this stance is simply because Sony has something truly that Microsoft does not have, that Microsoft simply cannot buy. And I just think it is absurdly disingenuous to imply, not even implied, to just straight up say that even though we have this thing, that being our studios, our IP, our partnerships with Rockstar and everybody else, right? And FIFA and whatever, and Hogwarts, so on and so forth. We have our partnerships, we have our exclusive games, we have our talent, we have all these things. But if we lose this one thing, it's over. You see how stupid that sounds? It's genuinely stupid. And even if somebody were to, again, I want to emphasize just one last time. If somebody were to give me some documents that broke down the numbers and they showed all of the math and they said, you see, MBG, this is why it's not stupid. Because look at the bottom of that sheet there. Look at how much money Sony loses that they likely can't recover because of this. I still don't care, because the only question I'm going to be asking Sony at that point is why would you just assume that money right there was always going to come rolling in and would never potentially stop or go away? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So I'm hoping desperately, truly, I'm hoping that going into this next week and the remainder of April, I have to hope that this is the last time, or yeah, I'm trying to rationalize this, and I don't think I can, but it's probably an irrational statement. It's probably a statement that's not going to be true, but I really hope that this is the last time we have to read a response from Sony with this situation, because we already know what it's going to be. We already know what it's going to be. Tyson Webb, you're saying, MBG, make sure you add me back to the Play Has No Limits list. All right, I'll do that now real quick. Tyson Webb 509. All right, bro. I got you. Appreciate it, bud. Thanks for letting me know. Let me see here. All right, I have quite a few super chats to get to. I appreciate you guys listening to me rant and ramble. Let me see where I'm at here. Sheik says Sony will buy more mobile studios. Phase 2 equals games as a service. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do think PlayStation fans have to prepare themselves that a big part of PlayStation 5's Phase 2 game lineup, absolutely, a big chunk of it is going to be live service games. Not all of them. Definitely not all the games, but at least half of them. At least half. And that I think to a lot of PlayStation fans that probably sucks. I personally I'm not going to assume the worst. I think that there is potential for some of these games. Again, I kind of always talk about The Last of Us multiplayer. Some people might not be excited for that, but I love the gameplay of The Last of Us, and I really enjoyed the multiplayer of The Last of Us. The factions won, so I'm I'm definitely interested in seeing what they do. I just hope they don't mess it up. Top Shot, you're saying Meta owns the majority of premier VR studios. Yeah, that's something else that I think is kind of peculiar. Is how Sony has seemingly like they've made very minimal investment into VR studios. The only studio right now, as far as we know, that has worked and that has produced a PSVR 2 game is Firesprite, and we don't really know if any of Sony's internal studios are currently working on um if they're currently working on a VR game or not. You have to imagine at least one other studio is. It'd be really weird if no other PlayStation studio. You know who I think is absolutely working on a VR game? Like for 100% for sure. And this could be a good bump and a good boost. I know it's been pretty dire this whole time, but this would be a good boost, I think, to PSVR 2 is a new Astro game from Team Asobi for PSVR 2. I think that would go a long way. Not London Studio. You would think London Studio would do a VR game because they did Blood and Truth, but London Studio is working, believe it or not, on a multiplayer live service game for PS5, a fantasy game. I got to admit, I'm not feeling too confident in London Studio because we saw they released a piece of concept art for their multiplayer game, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge too early, but it's just, based on the concept art, it looks a lot like that kind of Fortnite aesthetic. And I am nervous. I got to admit, like I am nervous to a degree about Sony's pursuit of live service games that they really might be trying to chase that kind of Fortnite-esque success by making games that look similar to Fortnite. So we'll see. We'll see. At least, and I think at least with the Last of Us multiplayer, we at least know we don't have to worry about that. As far as I'm aware, I mean, we saw the concept art, and it looks like the art style is going to stay the same. Nuts on Chin, nice name. You're saying, how about let Sony do what they want? Well, yeah, no problem, man. You say that as if I have any control over what Sony does. I wish I had some control. I don't. I mean, the way I talk about it, it may sound like I have some type of control, but no. The reason why your statement is it's not needed is because yeah, Sony is going to do what they want. They are doing what they want. Doesn't matter what I say. It's not. I don't think Jim Ryan is tuning into my podcast and saying I really got to know what MBG thinks of this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nor should he. I mean, that would be weird to me, right? But I'm just speaking from the perspective of a fan who is looking at what's going on, and I'm gonna come to my own conclusions. I'm gonna have my own opinions. It's just like I've seen at least a couple people in my chat so far saying that they completely or heavily disagree with me, and I think that's how it should be, right? I don't think everybody should just universally agree with me. I think there are going to be people who agree with me, and I appreciate that because we're kind of thinking the same thing. But it's also very interesting to hear what people who disagree what they might think and what they might have to say because they're clearly viewing it from a different angle. You're saying I read it out of context? Not necessarily, man. I mean, maybe during this podcast, it is missing a little bit of context, but during my stream, I read the entire, you know, the entire response from Sony. And I don't know, man. They're like, there's only so much that can be added to the conversation. Saying yes, MBG, read the documents. It will give you proper context. Well, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that it will add more context, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But it's just that sometimes I feel like you have to be able to read between the lines, and I don't think it's difficult in this situation. The situation is very simple, in my opinion, and it doesn't require you to read through every single document. It doesn't require you to read every single word verbatim, because I feel like if you do that, you're gonna get lost in the conversation. Because if you look at these documents, they're so ridiculously extensive, and it all boils down to one thing, really, and that's what I'm focused on. I'm focused on, okay, what's the bottom line with this whole thing? What's the end result here? What's actually being said? And it's really simple. Sony is saying a few things. They're saying, number one, we don't want this deal to go through. Number two, we don't want to lose Call of Duty. Number three, we don't want to lose a bunch of money. Number four, we don't want Microsoft to be able to compete in this way by buying publishers. You know, I mean, they all these things. It's very simple. It's just Sony is. They don't need to say these things, in my opinion. Like, they don't have to. I mean, maybe they have to say it to the regulators, but to me, it's just clear that Sony is not happy about this. They want nothing more than for this deal to be rejected, and Sony wants Microsoft gone, dude. That's that at the end of the day, that's what people need to realize. Sony wants Microsoft out of the conversation and out of the picture in gaming. And that's very likely why Sony as a company is, I mean, look, these are human beings running the company, you know? These are human beings running the company. They are probably very frustrated that this is the route Microsoft took, because Sony did have Microsoft on the ropes, man. They did. Back in 2016, 2017, the future of the Xbox brand was hanging in the balance. And that could have been it, man. That could have been when Microsoft decided, you know what, we're either going to shut down the Xbox brand or we're going to spin it off or sell it, and who knows what would have happened to it after that. This wouldn't have happened though. Acquisitions of this size, no way. And Sony had them on the ropes. Sony beat Xbox so bad with the first couple years of the Xbox generation that they almost achieved their goal, man. And it just so happens that Microsoft decided, you know what, we're not giving up. We're not shutting down. We are opening the war chest, and we're going to use the one weapon that we know Sony doesn't have, or at least they can't match, the firepower. And that's their money. That's how much money they can spend. And that's why I think Sony is just ultimately very frustrated, because the script got flipped is what happened. It got flipped. And I know that Sony's not happy about that. Mass produced 201, you're saying Xbox is dead. Stop it already. No, dude, I'll be honest, man. If that's really what you think, you got to buckle up. Because I'll tell you, I know there are people who think that. Like, there are people right now who think Starfield's gonna flop. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think there are people who are hoping that Starfield flops. Like, just like there are there are hardcore fanboys on both sides. There are fanboys on the Xbox side of things that would love nothing more than to see Spider-Man 2 release as a buggy mess that flops and it's a complete disaster, and they can make fun of it and they can make fun of the fans, right? But there are also fanboys on the other side of PlayStation that are hoping for that exact thing with Starfield. And this is where I think realistically both sides need to realize, like, if you're the hardcore PlayStation fan, you need to get out of that mentality because Starfield's going to blow up in a good way, not in a bad way. Starfield's going to be huge and it's going to do big, big things for Game Pass and for Xbox. Maybe not Redfall. I don't know about Redfall. Apparently, the Redfall isn't previewing very well. I don't know. I'm not really paying much attention. Um, but Starfield is going to do big things for Xbox, just like Spider-Man 2 is going to do big things for PlayStation. And I think that, a lot of people, not a lot, but those on the other side of the fence who were, you know, not so happy about Sony and PlayStation and don't like them very much. It's like people just have to realize that things are changing, man. Things are changing in the competitive gaming landscape between Sony and Microsoft. And I think it's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. Like I'm not necessarily excited that Microsoft needed to buy um Starfield and basically say, okay, this game's going to be exclusive. But at the same time, it's like I want you to think about this for a moment. Where would Xbox be this year without Starfield? If Xbox didn't have Starfield releasing exclusively for their platform in 2023, where would they be right now? How would it look? You got to admit, it would look pretty dire because that would mean that they went all of 2022 without a major marquee tentpole title, flagship title, and now they're about to go a second full, like a whole second year. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe that Forza, but come on. I think that it's safe to say that Microsoft really needed Starfield, and that's okay. It's no different than the fact that Sony really needs Spider-Man 2. Sony needs Insomniac. And this is what bothers me because Sony Sony says we need Spider-Man, but we need Call of Duty even more. And that's like, don't tell me that. Come on. Call of Duty's not going anywhere. Sony, relax. Call of Duty's not going anywhere. You can't stop it. If Microsoft, look, dude, if Microsoft ever decides to take Call of Duty off of PlayStation, I look, that's a long time from now. That's 10 years. That's 10 plus years from now. I don't know if I'll still be doing YouTube. I hope I am. I mean, that'd be a hell of a day, right? If I'm still doing YouTube and I'm still covering PlayStation and Xbox, let's say 11 years from now, or maybe like 12 years from now, Microsoft actually does it. They pull Call of Duty off of PlayStation. Dude, I mean, everybody would owe Sony the biggest apology in the world, because everybody seems to be under the belief that Microsoft won't do that. And it would just be crazy if in the end that's what happens. And it's like, dude, Sony was right. But I don't think anybody would care. That Sony called it. I think it's just people would say, oh, well, I'll tell you though, I don't think Microsoft will pull Call of Duty. The reason why I don't think Microsoft will ever pull Call of Duty off of PlayStation is it's simple. It's just, dude, it's gonna make Microsoft so much money, man. And I think people forget this. And I know that maybe Microsoft, they don't make the most business sense where it's like, well, look at what they're doing with Game Pass. But at the same time, it's like, dude, Microsoft isn't spending $68 billion and just saying, it's okay if we don't make that money back eventually. No, man. They want to make that money back. They need to make that money back. They want to make a lot more than $68 billion in the end. And I just think that it's like, dude, if it's true that Call of Duty makes Sony this much money, why wouldn't Microsoft want to just rake in that easy money? Just rake it in, you know? But Sony will take take the L off every copy sold on PlayStation. All right, let me see here. New Soul 9. You're saying it doesn't make any logical sense to me. Why does a relationship matter when it comes down to business? In business, the last thing you should care about. It's the last thing you should care about. You should be caring more if more people are playing your games. You continue by saying, not to mention Microsoft can pay Square for the lack of sales, so that argument doesn't hold up. Well, that's the thing, man, New Soul 9, is that I always try to encourage people to keep in mind that these are human beings. These are people running these businesses. And people have emotions. Human beings are very emotional. And it may not make much sense, but you better believe that business decisions are made out of emotion at times. I'm not saying it's extremely common, but I'm saying it might be a little bit more common than you would think. And a lot of times mistakes are made because of that. Other times things work out. You know, it's I think the reality of business is it's not robotic. It's not. Business is not robotic. If you think about how business is conducted, it requires conversation. You know, the first thing that two business executives are going to do is shake each other's hands and talk. It can become robotic, of course, but these are human beings conducting business, and it's okay. Here's a good example. It's like when Microsoft went to Nintendo. The dude says big business decisions are not made with emotion at all. Well, you might be right about that. I don't know. Big business decisions, maybe not. But I'll tell you right now, when you look at like Microsoft and they walk into Nintendo in like the year 2000 or something, or 2001, whatever, and they're like, we want to talk about possibly acquiring you, and they just get laughed at. They just straight up get laughed out of the office. There's a prime example. That's emotion. Because if that was robotic, what Nintendo probably would have thought is, we could get more money from Microsoft now than maybe ever. Like we could become some of the richest people on the planet and just go live our lives and walk away. But no, they laugh. They laugh. They laughed at Microsoft and they laughed at their money, because that's the thing, is Nintendo isn't, they're a good example, I think, of like, it's not just about just the money. Like there is a culture there to a degree. The money's extremely important. Yes, the business is extremely important, and they will be greedy at times. Yes. But to make it sound, I think to believe that for every company and for every business, it's as simple as black and white, buy the book, buy the numbers. That is not the truth. It may be for some people, but I'm telling you, man, there's a human aspect to all of this. And to get to the super chat, I'm not saying that, oh, Square Enix is literally emotionally upset with Microsoft, or Microsoft offended Square Enix, therefore Square Enix decides we're done doing business with you. But do not think for a second that might not be it. See, I think a lot of times with stuff like this, it's probably a combination, right? Because think of it like this: if you're Square Enix And maybe your games, maybe Microsoft wanted to strike these deals with you, these Game Pass deals, and then you start putting more of your games on Xbox, and it seems like things are going good, but at the end of the day, you're looking at the results and you're like, these are bad numbers. Like, our games are not doing well at all on this platform. Now, you're at that point, logically, you're probably already thinking, well, it's not ideal. It's not very good. At that point, it's not. If Microsoft were to do something to piss you off, like if you're in charge at Square Enix, if Microsoft were to do something to piss you off, it would be insanely easy at that point to just say, you know what, we don't need you. Like we don't need to put our games on your platform because they don't make us money. And you're saying Microsoft could just, that could be why, dude. That's where I'm telling you, all these things, they intertwine more deeply than people realize. You say that Microsoft could pay Square for the lack of sales. Yeah, but that's the thing is Microsoft has to be willing to do that, right? Microsoft has to be willing to say, well, we'll pay for, X, we'll give you X amount of money to put this game in the Game Pass, assuming it sells this much. Dude, you know what Microsoft could have done? Now that I'm thinking about it, what Microsoft could have done is they could have offered Square Enix a Game Pass deal where it's like, we're going to sign you this check. We're going to give you this money up front because we assume your game's going to sell this amount. And Square Enix may have looked at that and said, you think our game's only going to sell that amount? Like, you think our game's going to do that bad on your platform that you're only willing to give us that much money for it? And Square's just like, no, but then again, if you go based off that logic, I don't know, that would be a pretty weird reason to just not sell the game at all on the platform. It's hard to say. This is why I would love to get some context, man. At least with situations like this. Because we have somebody who might be in the know saying Microsoft did something to mess up the relationship with Square Enix. And I have to know. I don't have to know, but I would love to know, what did they do? Because that really does imply, that it was something more personal, or I don't know what you would call it, but something, I guess, a little bit more informal, right? Like it is strange, but it happens, man. Like, you want to talk about emotion in business? Here we go. Here's another great example. Anybody remember the Nintendo PlayStation? Anybody remember that console? So for those who don't know, hold on one sec, guys. For those who don't know, some of you definitely know, but for those who don't, the original PlayStation was supposed to be a joint effort with Nintendo. It was supposed to be a console from both Sony and Nintendo. There's actually a prototype out there. I kid you not, look it up. There's a prototype of the Nintendo PlayStation. And somebody correct me if my story's wrong, because it's been a while since I heard it. But I think what ended up happening was they were originally going to go with a disc-based system. And then at the last moment, like at the very, very last moment, Nintendo decided to basically screw over Sony, because I think Sony had basically put everything into this console and they were all in with the disc-based console, and Nintendo at the last moment was like, you know what, no, we're not doing discs, we're doing cartridge, and we're doing our own console with the 64. And basically what happened was Sony pissed off, or Nintendo pissed Sony off so much by doing that that's what gave Sony the motivation to go in as hard as they did with the PlayStation 1 and the PS1. That's why it did so well. And that is emotion based right there. You better believe that the PS1, one of the reasons why it succeeded the way it did was because The people who were in charge at that time, the business executives, were straight up pissed, and they want it to prove something to Nintendo, and they want it to show Nintendo, you guys screwed up. You screwed us. Now we're going to show you. So I think it's, if you look throughout history with all business, man, with all business, all these high, they want you to think that none of this is based on emotion, that it's all just purely robotic and calculated. And don't get me wrong, there are times where it is, but I promise you, there's more examples of companies making decisions based off of emotion than anything else. I mean, you think about some of the, some of the names of people who aren't necessarily just businessmen, but people who have clearly had to make decisions and lead. And I mean, if you think about it, to be in the position of a CEO, it's it's like, it's pretty much a position that's, I don't want to say based purely on emotion, but it's like a CEO's most important job is to make a decision, and a lot of times these decisions have to be made on, like, I mean, you can look at the sheets, you can look at the charts, but you got to make a call based off of your gut. And sometimes some of the biggest innovations, some of the biggest business blow ups, things that just blow up, they are done based off of like a gut feeling. It's crazy. I mean, that's the nature of it. It's truly unpredictable. That's the way of the universe. It's not just in the world of business. But IP Gaming says, what is this man talking about? Basically, I'm just trying to explain that in the world of business, it's not just about pure calculations and robotic decisions. These are human beings involved, and at times, emotion will get involved, and at times, emotion will ultimately dictate a certain decision that a company may make, for better or for worse. That's all I'm trying to say. So I appreciate the super chats, New Soul 9. Fabrice Paul, you're saying, oh, hold on, I'm a little bit backed up here. Fabrice Paul, you're saying, I don't understand how people think that Microsoft will lose. Not everything has happened like they would love, but they are clearly ready for every problem. They have the best lawyers, and you can see it. To be honest, I'm in agreement with you, Fabrice, at this point. I genuinely feel that Microsoft is willing to do anything necessary to get this to go through. And I agree. I think that that's been made clear. A lot of companies, I think, when they hear that the FTC is suing you and taking you to court, a lot of companies would have immediately folded and said, we're out. We got the message loud and clear. We don't want that. We don't want to spend that money. We don't want to burn those resources. We don't want to take up that time. It's not worth it. A lot of companies would have walked away at that notion alone. And instead, Microsoft was like, no, we're just gonna, we'll take it to the edge, right? We'll go as far as we need. And I don't think that guarantees a win, but it definitely makes it clear that they're gonna fight. And Microsoft is a big company, and they do have a lot of power to a, when it comes to this stuff. I mean, their power isn't limitless, of course, but they do have a lot of power. And when they decide they're going to fully get behind something and they're going to fight for it, there's a pretty good chance they're going to get it. All right, let me see here. Sorry, I don't like to use my phone when I'm streaming. I had to respond to that real quick. Subtext, you're saying kind of funny did an episode on their ideal showcase, and one idea was the Metal Gear Solid 3 reveal ending with announcing all classic Metal Gear Solid games on PlayStation Plus. Cool idea. That is actually a cool idea. That would be really good. Now that I'm thinking about it, that would be perfect. because apparently the rumor is that Konami's a little bit unsure how to relaunch basically and re-release their classic Metal Gear games. And I kind of understand it because they've been gone long enough to where people are going to wonder like where are they? When are they coming back? Like there's going to be some expectation, and it's not common. It's not common to get an announcement of a remake of a game and then also the announcement of a remaster as well. And that's the thing is like I think people are at a point with Metal Gear Solid where they would just be straight up happy to just get the original versions of the games re-released. Like nothing has to change. I think people would prefer if it could get touched up a little bit, just a little bit, 60 FPS and whatnot, um, higher resolution. But and I think that that's very doable. And I think, but I think that would be smart, And I wouldn't be surprised if Konami tried to do that for both PS Plus and Game Pass. If Sony could secure that as like a PS Plus thing, though, that would be a pretty big deal. I think that would be a smart move. I think for Sony, maybe strike a PS5 exclusivity deal with Metal Gear Solid 3, maybe like a 1 year timed exclusive. I don't know, maybe permanent exclusive if they want to take it that far. And then also see if you could take it further and get the Metal Gear Solid collection exclusively into PlayStation Plus. I mean, that's a win-win right there because you're gonna give people a reason to go subscribe to PS Plus, but you're also gonna let people know like here's why you might also want to buy a PS5. Now, I think that's some 4D chess right there. That'd be smart. We'll have to see though. I really hope that Sony is negotiating big time with Konami because it's so clear that Konami really wants to get back into gaming in a big way, and I really think that if I were Konami, man, I would look at Sony as my most valuable partner because Sony knows what they're doing in this. Obviously, like they know what they're doing, and I feel like Konami. It's not that they don't know what they're doing; it's just that they've been away for a long time. And I just think that, especially if you're trying to get back in the AAA gaming space, Konami would be wise to really getting cozy with Sony. And I think Sony would be wise too. I really believe that the partnership between Sony and Konami could be like one of the most fruitful, you know? I mean, we look at Sony and Square Enix, and it's been going really good with Final Fantasy. And, reminds me of that meme. It's like, life is good, but it could be better. And I feel like that logic has to apply with Sony and Konami here. So that would be a good idea. Dragon Blood Eye, you're saying Activision does like 8 to 9 billion a year in profit, and they could use that to fund their games or Japanese studios, plus get a big chunk of market share. Yeah, that's the thing though, man. That's the thing about Activision, and this is why like I'm trying to make sure I don't miss an important part of this because my feeling about Activision is leaning one way, and I'm gonna speak on that. But I feel like I may be missing, not missing the bigger picture, but I don't want to take anything away from Activision. But I had this conversation on my last stream where I basically talked about how I don't get Call of Duty anymore. Not Call of Duty itself. I don't get how Call of Duty is still as successful as it is. I don't get how players are not fed up. I don't get how players are not tired. I don't get how Activision has been able to essentially fold almost all of their internal studios into Call of Duty to just convert them into Call of Duty studios. I don't understand how this has happened the way it has, and people are just totally on board and totally cool with this, and it's still doing better than ever. Oh, thank you. Wife brought me in some tea here. Desperately needed. Desperately needed. My throat is killing me because I clearly still have a lot I want to say, but I did say at the beginning of the podcast my throat is kind of sore, so that'll definitely help. Um, but I had this conversation about Activision, and you talk about how much they make in a year, right? You specifically say profit. Now, I don't know if that's true. You say they make between 8 and 9 billion in profit a year. I mean, it sounds believable to me to an extent. I don't know if that's total revenue or profit, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was profit. And that's the thing that kind of sucks about Activision, in my opinion. It's that Call of Duty has been extremely profitable, almost like unbelievably profitable for a long time. And Activision has been making good profit for a long time, but they don't really reinvest. Like, it's not to say that Activision has never reinvested that money, because they have. Like, we've seen them do things with like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro and even Tony Hawk, but to me, and even Guitar Hero, now that I'm thinking about it, which that thing apparently flopped hard. But the thing that surprises me about it is that it's seemingly never enough for Activision. I think what Call of Duty, and that's the thing about these games when they get really, really, really big, and this goes for any game. When an IP in a game gets like super bloated and super massive, it ends up dwarfing everything else around it, and I think that ends up skewing the view, the perception of not only the executives that work for that company, but the shareholders as well. And so you can take something that's like, this is a success, like this is doing well in its own right, but they're going to compare it to, but is it doing Call of Duty numbers? Is it even doing close to Call of Duty numbers? And it's like, well, no. I mean, how could you expect that? But that's the problem. That's the problem, is that is the expectation. And that's what's scary. And that's why you end up seeing, like, for example, something that really surprised me with Activision, and it was genuinely depressing, is how many of you guys played the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake? How many of you guys played that? Now, I played that and I thought it was incredible. Like, that's where I applaud Activision. I'm like, you guys did a phenomenal job with this game. You know, I love the Tony Hawk games, and you know played them in my childhood, and they did it justice. They really did. And the fact that they did 2 games in one, it's like, oh, okay, this is good. But apparently, it was a failure. They were the studio that made it got rolled up, and they're a Call of Duty studio now. And you're saying you think it flopped. Dude, I want to know what is considered a flop to Activision, because I find that so hard to believe, man. I find that so hard to believe. Like, dude, this is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. I'm sure it didn't sell 10 million units. I'm sure it probably didn't even sell maybe even 5 million. That would still be that would be a huge success, I think. Now I'm curious. Let me see. Let's see if I can find some sales data. No way. That's it? That can't be true. So it says here, I Googled it. It says Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 has become the fastest selling game in the franchise, selling 1 million copies in the first 2 weeks. In the United Kingdom, the game was the biggest launch for the franchise since 2003's Tony Hawk Underground, and was the second biggest launch of the franchise overall. Okay, so the problem with this, this is the problem. We don't get proper data anymore. So it says 1 million copies in the first 2 weeks. So it's safe to say that it definitely sold more than 2 million copies, I would say. I say this because, I mean, if it can do 1 million in 2 weeks, surely it can reach 2 million in like a couple months, maybe more than that. But here's the thing that I want you to pay attention to, okay? It says, where is it? The game was the biggest launch for the franchise since Tony Hawk's Underground. Now, to me, what it reveals is that the Tony Hawk games never in the past got even remotely close to achieving Call of Duty numbers. I don't think they ever would, right? This just might be where the industry's headed, man. As sad as it sounds. I do fear that with all of this consolidation and with the gaming industry getting so big and there's so much money being injected into the gaming industry, and it's actually, I don't think it's just happening in the gaming industry. I think it's happening all around. But it just seems like the only things that can be considered a success anymore are things that do like massive numbers. And if things don't do massive numbers, doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter how beloved it is, it's a failure. And that sucks. That does suck. And maybe, I don't know, maybe this is why Activision wanted to be sold. Maybe this is why Activision is totally okay being like, yeah, let's be on Game Pass, because if it can't sell at least 6 to 7 million copies, then it's not sustainable. I'm just thinking about all this because the super chat I got points out how much profit that Activision gets yearly, and saying, they could use that to fund their Japanese studios or get a big chunk of the market share. I mean, that's the thing, man, is when a company makes a profit, especially if it's a good profit, it seems to me that the expectation going forward is, well, you're going to make even more next time, right? And it's like, well, maybe, you know, like what if our next product doesn't make that as much profit? You know what I mean? And I hate that. I feel like that's a problem. I feel like it's always been a problem where it's like, I know shareholders are important, and I know that shareholders are pretty much everything to a company, but I wish that there was a better balance between like the shareholders' expectations and the artistic side of gaming. Really, I feel like there has to be a happy medium there, and this is, believe it or not, this is why I'm not nearly as opposed to Sony doing what they're doing with live service games as you might think, because to me, I feel like that's what the point of it is. If Sony can get a really successful live service game, it will allow them to be able to take even more risks with their games going forward than they otherwise would be able to. And that's good for us, I think, you know. I just think it's unfortunate that we don't see. What makes me nervous is I don't know though. Is that what will happen? We have to ask ourselves this question, right? Do we trust Sony? Do we trust Sony? Do we trust the leadership at Sony? I do. Maybe that's naive of me, but I do. What I mean is that we'll just use The Last of Us, right? If The Last of Us multiplayer blows up and becomes a colossal live service game, it's up there with Minecraft, Fortnite, GTA Online. It's just a huge game, hugely successful, right? It's like one of the top 10 played games constantly. You're right. Didn't that happen with Activision and Rockstar? Yes, it did. But I don't think Sony would do that, right? Like how I look at Rockstar and it's like, I don't know, man. People have had a problem with Rockstar for a while because people are like, how come you guys just don't make games anymore? Well, they're a single studio, you know? Rockstar isn't a publisher. Do you know what could happen? Do you know what could happen? What could happen after GTA 6 is Take Two Interactive could decide to grow Rockstar and essentially say, okay, like this half of Rockstar, couple hundred developers, maybe like, I don't know, it might require more than a couple hundred developers. That's my question. How many developers are needed to sustain something like GTA Online? How many developers are needed? Maybe a couple hundred? Maybe that's too much. 1,000? I don't think 1,000, dude. The thing about Call of Duty, the reason why that number, like, oh, we would need like 1,000 developers for Call of Duty is because they release a new game every year. It's another Call of Duty every year, and then that Call of Duty has to be supported for the entire year. It's a vicious cycle that doesn't end. Saying Destiny, I don't think Destiny needs 1,000 because Bungie's been working on a bunch of new stuff outside of Destiny for a long time. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, why not just allocate the amount of developers needed to sustain the live service game and then allocate a certain portion of developers to just focus on making new games? Now, again, maybe this is why I'm not involved in business, because maybe in business that's a dumb idea. I don't maybe the yeah, money. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. Isn't it risky? Isn't it risky to make new games when you don't need to? This is the shit that scares me about the future of the industry and live service games, and this just race to be a dominant live service, because you talk about logic. See, this is where we need more emotion. We need more emotion in the gaming industry and in business. I mean that, because think about it. Like, if your job is to run a company, and we'll continue to use GTA Online, it's like, dude, our game GTA 5 won't stop selling. GTA Online won't stop printing money. We're making unbelievable profit. So you would naturally think to yourself, why would we then take chunks of that money that's seemingly infinite, right? Like, it just won't stop being produced. Why would we take a chunk of that and risk it and by investing into something new when we don't have to? And that's what sucks, because it's like, I don't know how to argue that. Like, the only reason a business executive would decide to do that is if that business executive saw the importance of, well, we still need to make more games. Like, video games are more than just profit and money and a constant rinse and repeat, right? And that's the problem right there is I mean, we talk about Jim Ryan, right? He's the CEO of PlayStation. Let me ask you guys this. Herman Holst. Herman Holst is a game developer. Okay. Herman Holst, and I'm going to get to these super chats, but I just feel like this is a really important thing I want to talk about. It's a side quest topic, but a really important one. Herman Holst is a game developer. He started in game development. He became the head of Guerrilla Games. He was the mastermind behind a new IP like Horizon. So, he is the head of PlayStation Studios. If somebody like Herman Holst were to eventually make it to Jim Ryan's position, if Herman Holst eventually became the CEO of PlayStation, he would know. He would chisel jawline as well. Yeah, he does have that jawline. Herman jawline Holst. He would understand, just like Shu did, right? Like Shuhei Yoshida, he was the head of PlayStation Studios, but he never got to that position for one. Maybe he never wanted to. Herman Holst would understand, like, he would have that just fundamental understanding of, like, what the video game industry is, and the importance, essentially, of we need to make new games. Like, we need to always be making new games. And if you listen to Herman Holst talk, I don't think he's blowing smoke, dude. Like, when I listen to his interviews and he says, it's like it's really important to PlayStation, to have new IP and new experiences and storytelling and all this stuff, and we're not going to let live service multiplayer games just take over, and like, we're not going to stop making single player narrative driven games. I believe him, because he knows, man. Like, he literally knows. He's been part of this game development cycle for his whole career. But that's where I get nervous, where it's like, does Jim Ryan know that? I mean, surely he has to. Jim Ryan's been with PlayStation since 1993, since the very beginning. Surely he knows this, right? Surely he understands But maybe it's not even Jim Ryan. Maybe it's the executives above him. Hiroki Totoki, the new president of Sony, the CFO of Sony that's obsessed with growth. Does he know this? I mean, to an extent, he has to. I feel like to an extent, everybody has to. But these are the questions I ask because at the end of the day, I mean, Shade, I see you in the chat saying you don't care. I'm not saying you have to care, but at the end of the day, if you are passionate about games, you should care at least a little bit. You're saying, oh no, an ultra mega corporation is being asked to take risks. LMAO. Why do I care literally at all? You don't have to. Dude, you don't have to care at all, bro. Like, don't confuse the conversation. You don't. And I'm just speaking from my personal viewpoint where it's like the reason why I care. I mean, I don't care I'm not losing my mind over Rockstar deciding not to make games anymore. Okay? I'm not like freaking out and every day it's like I got to tell you my life is ruined cuz Rockstar. No, it's not like that. But it's just the gamer in me. I just occasionally I'm like scrolling through Twitter or online or whatever and I just see new GTA Online update. And I just sigh. I just sigh cuz I'm like it's a shame, bro. It is a shame. Like, it's genuinely a shame where I'm like, dude, Rockstar used to make games and they used to make some of the best games. And now look at them. Now they're literally all I see from Rockstar. The only thing I see from Rockstar is here's another GTA Online update. I'm not saying I expect Rockstar to come out with a new game every 3 years. I'm just saying I don't expect a new game from Rockstar to take like 10 years, or 8 years. Irfan, you're saying they literally said, Sony that is, Sony literally said in their earnings that 50% of their portfolio will be new IPs. You're absolutely right. And I'm glad, dude. I'm glad. And I just don't want to end up disappointed. That's all, man. Like I feel confident in putting my faith in PlayStation and Sony as like they understand not to become Activision, not to become Rockstar, because you're not either of them. Like you're PlayStation. You know how to make a lot of great games, a lot of different games. And you now want to make some live service games. And that's fine. And I think that can work out well, but it needs a balance. And that's the thing that gives me hope is if they're straight up telling their investors 50% of our investment is going to be a new IP. Surely at least a portion of that percentage has to be a new single player IP. 1 or 2, right? And that's fantastic. Dude, that's amazing. Let me tell you, I know I don't have to tell you this, but really, we have to really value new AAA IP announcements. Like, we really have to value them because they are already becoming increasingly rare, and they're going to continue to become increasingly rare. I want to point out, Sony didn't have a new AAA IP from their studios at their last showcase. They had Wolverine, they had Spider-Man, they had God of War, they had Horizon, they had GT7, and they had that KOTOR remake, which who knows what's going on with that. And that's all great. Like, I'm super excited for a lot of that. Well, I mean, half of it already came out, which is great. But I just think it continues to show that, like, dude, it is true that the cost, and I understand this, that the cost of game development is rising, especially in the AAA space. The risk is increasing. And this is why I want to encourage PlayStation fans, even if you are somebody who despises multiplayer games, you despise live service games, I want to encourage you to try to be a little bit understanding that the reason why Sony is now deciding to invest in this is because this is what will be needed. They will need that recurring revenue to a certain extent anyway to keep this going. like to keep the investment in new games, new IP going, because we are already seeing what is like what can potentially happen to Sony just by losing Call of Duty. They're not going to lose Call of Duty, but just like potentially what could happen to PlayStation if they lost this one game. It's like, I mean, according to Sony, it's apocalyptic, right? It's not actually apocalyptic, but it's damaging. It's very, very damaging. Now, what if right now, during this entire situation, what if Sony what if Sony released The Last of Us multiplayer 3 years ago? The game blew up, and it's one of the top 10 most played games in the world, right? Just would Sony feel near like how much more how devastating would losing Call of Duty be? It would still be bad. Yeah, that's money lost. But Sony would be able to at least turn and say, well, at least we have our own live service multiplayer game that makes us billions of dollars, potentially. I don't know if it'll make billions, but a lot of money. That's why they got to do this. Because, look, I think this is just the beginning. I do. I think this is just the beginning. And I think in the next decade, but maybe even in the next 5 years, I think we're going to see things really begin to shift in terms of industry consolidation. I think this is genuinely just the beginning. Seeing Microsoft buy Bethesda and Activision. Now that Activision's being purchased, everything is on the table. Nothing is off limits. And big companies that are not Sony, that are not Nintendo, they are paying attention. And they are looking, and they're potentially getting ready to make their moves. And that's why I honestly am kind of somewhat supportive of Sony being like, dude, look, you got to make your own live service games. If that's how Sony competes with this consolidation, if that's how Sony competes with the changing of the industry, and if that's the only way that the way we enjoy video games, or at least I do, these big single player narrative driven AAA single player games, if this is the way they're kept alive, I'm cool with that. All right, let me keep this rolling. I do apologize making you guys wait so long to read these super chats. This is my revolution. You're saying MBG Microsoft had the COD deals during the 360 era. You're absolutely correct. You are correct. And Microsoft definitely benefited from that. But let me ask you, and this is a serious question. If during the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360 days, if Sony had those marketing rights and the Xbox 360 did not have the marketing to Call of Duty, do you think the Xbox 360 would have, I don't want to say failed, but like the Xbox 360 sold what, like 85? Is it 80 or 85 million units when it's all said and done? How many less consoles do you think the 360 would have sold if they didn't have Call of Duty marketing rights? Yeah, I always get confused with the 360 if it sold 80, 85 million, 87 million. Let me drink some white tea here while I wait for you guys to answer. I mean, I think it's safe to say that they would have sold, you're saying maybe 75 million. So you're saying about 10 million people, who bought the 360, they did so just because of Call of Duty. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Significantly less? We're going to find out. Sony's going to find out next generation. And it's going to be fun to watch because I will tell you right now, I'm going to be so interested in seeing how the PlayStation 6 sells, because when the PlayStation 6, I know it's a while from now. Yeah, that's true. The Red Ring of Death, that really hurt them too. I'm when the PlayStation 6 comes out, Call of Duty is going to be on Game Pass. Call of Duty is still going to be on PlayStation, but it's going to be on Game Pass. And we're going to see if it actually impacts sales of the PlayStation 6. And I'm sorry, man, I have a difficult time believing. I don't know. Let me back up for a moment here. So, knowing that Call of Duty is going to be on Game Pass, what's the next Xbox going to be called? I mean, I know the PlayStation 6, PlayStation 6. What the hell is the Xbox going to be called? Xbox Triple X. Let's just call it Xbox 2. Yeah, so Microsoft, that's the thing, is when Microsoft announces their next generation Xbox console that'll compete with the PlayStation 6, the Xbox 2, whatever you want to call it, they're going to be marketing the hell out of Game Pass and Call of Duty alongside of it. And I really just got to wonder, dude. Like, I really got to wonder how many people are going to say, you know what? Nah, I'm passing on the PlayStation 6. I'm getting that Xbox. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Peace. Because you know what I just realized? Oh my God. We don't have to deal with the annual Call of Duty marketing anymore. I'm actually happy about this. This means when Sony does start doing, showcases more frequently, I don't have to worry about the obligatory, here's the new Call of Duty trailer, here's the new, you know what I mean? Like, that'll be done. Here's your Call of Duty gameplay demo or whatever. But something else will take its place. Something much more annoying will take its place. Nah, probably not. I mean, something might take its place. The silver lining. That is the silver lining, man. Yeah, Fortnite's going to take its place. Oh, God, no. Fortnite's already there, too. Oh, man. All right, let me keep this moving. I apologize, guys. Fabrice, you're saying when Microsoft bought Minecraft, they had 30 million players. Now they have 130 million players. Minecraft became the best-selling game of all, all time under them. Microsoft did not ruin Minecraft. That's true. That is true. Yeah, and to be honest, I hope that's how Microsoft does handle Call of Duty. Because that's the thing, dude, is plenty of people play Minecraft on PlayStation. And I'll tell you right now, dude, I don't think Sony has nearly as much to worry about as they think they do, because I think as long as Call of Duty just stays on PlayStation, like if Microsoft really is planning on treating it like Minecraft, I don't think Sony has to worry that much. Because I think the majority of people aren't going to necessarily care. Well, I don't want to say that confidently, but I guess what I mean to say is a large chunk of people are only going to ask the question, wait, can I still play Call of Duty on PlayStation? And if the answer to that question is yes, I think they'll stay. And I don't think Microsoft loses because Microsoft gets those sales. I mean, this is the thing. If Microsoft has all of these other studios, right? Like they have Bethesda, they have all their own internal studios, and they're going to have a bunch of studios underneath Activision now. If the idea is like, dude, use that stuff to grow Game Pass. Use stuff like Starfield. Use stuff like Hellblade, right? Use that stuff. Use Perfect Dark. whatever it might be. Use that stuff to grow Game Pass and then, still offer the bigger things like they do now, like Minecraft and Call of Duty eventually into it. And I think it'll work out fine. I mean, I think that's the ideal outcome, and I think it could work out for everybody because I don't know, man. Did people sell their PlayStations or decide not to buy PS5s knowing that Microsoft owned Minecraft? I don't think so. And I'm pretty sure Minecraft is in Game Pass, right? It has to, yeah, it has to be in Game Pass. And even like new Minecraft games that they've put out, you know, uh, I'm telling you, man, I think Sony is just, they're freaking out over nothing. I really think that Sony will be funding Game Pass. Yeah, to an extent. All right. But yeah, Fabrice, I do agree with you. Rashdom V2, you're saying the only thing that can save PSVR 2 is PC support. Yeah, that's another thing, man, that a lot of people are kind of surprised by the fact that there's no PC support. Hmm. I wonder if they will do that. I think that would help it tremendously. Sony might have to do that. Let me see. Perfect image. You're saying if Call of Duty wasn't on the market, Xbox wouldn't be buying. I mean, maybe. Maybe. We'll see if that turns out to be true. Well, no, I don't know because that seems to imply that Microsoft won't buy other eh, publishers. Yeah, you're probably right though. I don't think. My question is how much would Activision be worth without Call of Duty? Would anybody even buy them? Would they be like a Ubisoft? I feel like they'd be just like Ubisoft, where like nobody wants to touch them. JDTV, a member for 22 months. Thank you, man. You're saying Happy Easter, John, or is it John JON or John JOH? It's JOHN. Anyways, I hope Sony brings back PlayStation Home. Those were good times. I remember walking around the plaza or playing games in the bowling alley almost daily. Yeah, unfortunately, man, I don't think they're going to do that. I don't know what's going on with the whole metaverse thing, but I don't know that it's working out the way people thought it would be. Can you guys hear my cats? They're going berserk next to me. Oh, they're like fighting each other. It's so distracting. You can hear him? Yeah, it's funny, dude. It is so distracting when they do that because it just comes. I don't even know it's happening, and I just hear like intense cat growling and hissing and screaming. Um. So yeah, thank you for that, JDTV. We'll see if they end up bringing it back, man. Josh, thank you for the super chats. Josh Shrank, am I saying your name correctly? I'm gonna read them back to back here. So you say, okay, MBG, I gotta be the yang to your PSVR2 yin. But for starters, I absolutely agree with you about one, a price cut, and two, consistent support. We need to see an enticing roadmap at the next showcase. You need to keep in mind that PSVR sold 5 million in its lifetime and is held in high regard in the VR community because of games that came out for it. Sony knows this and still pursued VR. Whether VR2 is a flop or not, I believe it's guaranteed to have great experience that comes out for it over the course of the PS5 generation. There are great games out now and a few announced already. Say the thing drops by $50 or $100, and there is a Wolverine game or God of War game or Ghost of Tsushima Arena. Ooh, that would be really cool. I didn't even think of that. That would be great. Things could turn around quickly. Software is king. You're correct. Yeah, I was pretty. I had a very dire take, Josh. I admit, like it's difficult for me to not kind of assume that PSVR 2 is somewhat doomed, but you are correct, and that is, I still, no matter how bad my take is in terms of like how bad I think it is absolutely true that it's way too early to call it. I just don't have much faith, but you are correct in that software is king. And it is tough, I think, like if things get off to a slow start or even a bad start, I think it is tough for them to come back. but it's certainly possible, and it has happened in the past. And if you think about it, the thing that does always turn the ship around, it is the software. You're 100% correct in that. And so I think if Sony can manage to get some big IP, you know, but you know what? I don't know, man. I can't, there's like this nagging feeling. You mentioned like these bigger games like Wolverine or God of War or Ghost of Tsushima. I feel like the assumption is that, oh yeah, that'll do big things, but PSVR 1 had an Iron Man game, dude. Like, think about that. Like, PSVR 1 had an exclusive Iron Man game during a time when, like, Marvel was doing massive numbers, right? And just blowing up in a big way. And I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is a more cynical side of me. I can't help it, but I don't know. Well, Josh, here's the thing. I admire your optimism, and I think that'll be needed. I do. I think that, the way that people are going to end up believing in VR and deciding that they want to support it and giving Sony the confidence to keep investing in it is going to take, positivity. It's going to take positivity in the form of people getting excited, wanting to go out there and support it. And I'm glad we're in agreement. You say it'll need a price cut, consistent support, and an enticing roadmap. Yeah, if it can get these three things, I think that would do wonders for it automatically. Some people are saying it needs to be available on PC. I think that would help too. And we'll have to. It's just impossible to tell right now. That's all. That's why it's so easy for me to be cynical about it, because Sony really is not, like, they're not being clear. I mean, let's be straight up right now. They're not being clear about PS5 or PSVR 2. I can't be too hard on PSVR 2 by saying, well, Sony isn't talking about, dude, Sony isn't talking about the PS5 either. Sony isn't talking about PS5 games. There's no roadmap for the PS5, or there's a very minimal roadmap, right? So you're saying MBG, PSVR 2 sold 300,000 in 1 month. Compare that to the Steam Index VR, which is currently at 149,000. Relax. It's not even sold in stores yet. It's just launched. That's true. That's true. I guess the thing is, I mean, the reason why I feel like I can't compare PSVR 2 to anything else is because this is Sony, right? And Sony, the most important thing I think we need to keep in mind is that PSVR 1 was greenlit and developed and marketed under completely different leadership at Sony. And I'm just trying to point out that we have a leadership underneath Sony now, at least it seems, that is very much by the numbers, bottom line. Not entirely, but that's the feeling I get. And I don't know. I mean, Sony's CFO and president, Hiroki Totoki, second time I'm mentioning him today, he says that he thinks there's a good chance PSVR 2 can outsell PSVR. So I don't know. You might be right. This could just be a long-term thing. But, I think Sony will try to because one of two things is going to happen, right, with PSVR 2. It's either going to just be it's like it's over before it starts, and they're just going to shut this thing down in the next year and just make it clear, like, like we're not doing this. Or they're going to give it their best effort. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. That name sounds. You're saying that name's. Yeah, I'm not. You retracted that. That was funny. I saw that. Before you deleted it. PSVR 2. We'll see. It is too early to call. I don't have a ton of faith. And here's what I'll say. Like, I know this is going to sound disappointing to VR fans. I know this is gonna sound disappointing to VR2 fans. From my perspective right now, if in the end VR2 does fail, I'm not gonna necessarily be upset about that because the way I view it is Sony is just gonna decide at that point, like we're just gonna completely invest all of our resources into PS5 game development, not VR. And I don't want a new handheld either. I want to make that clear. I failed to make that point earlier when we talked about the PlayStation handheld. I don't want a new handheld from Sony that's just a dedicated handheld with its own games and own ecosystem because no. Like we need to see Sony just 100% focused on creating games for their PlayStation console, in my opinion. And I really do just feel that that's what they should be truly focused on. And I don't think Sony, frankly, has the bandwidth, and I don't think many companies. I don't know. I don't know if there is a gaming company that has the bandwidth to be able to basically support two different ecosystems. It just it doesn't. I don't know how they could do that. Um, it just it seems like it would have to be a balancing act, and the chances of one side getting neglected is very high. I mean, you talk about like a portable PlayStation 5. Yeah, that can't happen, obviously, not in like a handheld form, right? That can't happen. But as as like wireless internet improves, 5G and whatnot, the idea of streaming, as much as I hate it, because that's what remote play is. You're streaming from your PS5. That's not the ideal way to play, but I don't know, man. I don't like, I would love to know what Sony's goal here ultimately is, because here's something I want to mention to you guys. We got the rumor of, I mean, we see PSVR 2, right? PSVR 2 is designed with the PS5 philosophy in mind. It like, matches the PS5. We're getting rumors, a good rumor, from a credible source of this new Q Lite PlayStation handheld. So basically, in the next 2 years, this is what Sony's planning to do with PlayStation hardware. You ready? The end of this year, we're looking at a PS5. I don't know if I can call it a slim, because apparently it's going to look like really similar to the PS5 that we have now, but it's going to be the PS5 with the detachable disc drive. Maybe it will be a slim console. So that's the first thing we're getting. The second thing we're apparently getting is a new premium PlayStation 5 headset and PlayStation 5 premium earbuds. On top of that, we're getting this PlayStation 5 handheld, right? This is going to be a DualSense controller with an 8-inch touchscreen where you can stream PS5 games through remote play to it. And then finally, we're getting a PS5 Pro at the end of next year. Dude, that's a lot of PlayStation hardware. And it seems to me like there's basically just this refresh, essentially, of the PS5 that's going to happen. Where the way I'm viewing it is you got a Slim, you got a Pro, you got VR2, you got the DualSense Edge, you got the DualSense Portable. I don't know what it would be called. You got the earbuds, you got the premium headset, and it's all centered around the PS. And that's the thing, is like it does go to show how much Sony really still does care about the PS5, not the PS5 console, but the PlayStation home console in general. Everything revolves around the console. And I know that some people don't like that. I'm in complete disagreement. I love that. That's what I love about the console ecosystem, is everything revolving around the home console. Because that's how I play games. That's how I play. So to see that gives me, I know a lot of people were like, man, this new handheld from Sony sounds like it's going to suck. I'm like, I'm glad this is what they're doing. It would have been weird, in my opinion, if they're like, here's the PlayStation Portable 2 with its own exclusives. I'd be like, so you're going to have your studios make exclusive games for the PS5 for this new handheld and for VR too, that's too much. It would blow up. It would blow up in a bad way in that case. And so everything that Sony's doing in the hardware space, it's all going to revolve around the PS5. You want to use VR2, you got to get a PS5. You want to use that handheld, got to get a PS5. You want to use the PS5 earbuds, got to get a PS5. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. It makes me wonder. I also want to say this real quick. The code name of this PlayStation handheld, it's called Q Lite, right? Like internally, it's called Q Lite. What Lite? The LITE, that seems to insinuate that there is like a non-light version, and I'm like wondering what would that be? What would that be? Is there going to be like a different version of this handheld? More than one version? Just like the Switch Lite? Hmm. We'll see. All right. Let me see. Josh Z, thank you for the super chats, man. You're saying I'm gonna read them back to back. You're saying just a quick note about Xbox banning emulators. Yes, they did, but only in retail mode. Developer mode is a flat fee, but you can still use it for emulation. If you want a great example of why relationships matter in business, look at Nintendo and Universal with the Mario movie. Happened Miyamoto and Illumination president met and had a conversation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's how these things happen. People don't realize like these deals, these negotiations, they happen on they start on a human level where it's like, let's talk, and I mean it. It's like if you're trying to strike a deal with somebody or convince them of something, a big part of business is persuasion. And persuasion is literally it's prying to a degree on human emotion. You have to persuade somebody, not just through logically, but through emotion as well. So that is a good example. Yeah. And yeah, I saw that whole thing with the Xbox emulator. I didn't pay too close attention to that. I just saw that like some people were really upset about it or not happy that Microsoft decided to do this. I did see some people saying that this was the only reason that people even bought the Xbox consoles was for emulation. And I mean, look, I'll be honest, when I saw that the Xbox could emulate everything it did, I always kind of questioned like how is it able to do that? Like, surely something's going to have to happen. And apparently it did. But that's interesting because you're saying that you can still use the emulation if you put it in developer mode for a flat fee. So I don't know though. That's the thing is like, I don't know how many people really decided to buy Xboxes for that reason. I don't know. By the way, we don't have sales data for the Xbox consoles yet, but I do wonder like if we're ever gonna get that number. I'm curious to know how is the Xbox console selling because we know how the PS5 is selling. I would love to know how the Xbox Series consoles are selling. So thank you for the super chats, Josh. And Josh Shrank underneath, you're saying third-party support will be very important for PSVR 2. A Half-Life Alex announcement would go a long way. Also, I got my PSVR 2 at GameStop here in Canada. Really? Are you sure? I didn't know that. That's surprising. That's the first I'm hearing of anybody getting a PSVR 2 headset in store. Very interesting. But yeah, dude, third party support will be critical, absolutely, because it's clear that Sony's going to be limited in how much first party support they invest in this headset. Third party support will be critical. You're absolutely correct. Let me see. Big Nabs, you're saying Manhunt, The Warriors, Bully. I miss old Rockstar. Me too, man. Me too. I don't think we'll ever get them back, though, unfortunately. Josh, again, you're saying also this is a peripheral for the PS5, an add-on. That is true. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think the final thing I'll say about VR2 is Sony obviously wants VR2 to do better than VR1. They want it to sell more than 5 million units when it's all said and done. My only question is how much better is Sony expecting, or were they expecting VR2 to do than 1? That's my question, because you're right. Like, VR1 only sold 5 million, and they consider that like a success, or successful enough to greenlight a second one, right? So I gotta wonder, like, were you planning on hitting 8 million? Were you planning on hitting 10 million? And I want to know what number would be considered a failure for VR2, in the end. So I don't know. I don't know that we'll have answers to those questions. Rockstar Table Tennis. Yeah, I forgot they made that, man. I forgot about that. All right. Um uh Abiz empty breast mug. I don't, dude, I probably just butchered your name, but appreciate the super chat. You're saying a good example of a good partnership is the Last of Us HBO series. So good. For sure. Yeah, that is a good partnership. I'm going to be really interested to see how they handle season 2 of the Last of Us HBO, man. Like, that's going to be an interesting experience. I have no doubt that Naughty Dog is planning on bringing The Last of Us Part 2 to PS5 at some point, and I do think that will coincide with the HBO series, and that's going to, yeah, that's going to be interesting, man. That's going to be interesting. But yeah, let me see here. So, I think where I want to I think where I want to the direction I want to go in now is I want to talk a little bit more about I want to talk a little bit more about the situation. Well, there's a couple things I want to talk more about, because the thing about the podcast so far is I think a little bit more so, or maybe it's been exactly the same, I don't know, but I'm all over the place. But there were topics that I started talking about a little bit earlier that I want to elaborate a little bit further. I want to talk about a little bit more. And one of those topics, MVG is never going to switch topics. Dude, I've been switching topics constantly. That's the beauty of the super chats, is the super chats make it so that, 1 second we're talking about this, the next second we're talking about that. But one of the things I do want to touch on a little bit further is basically I only mentioned it briefly, but the fact that Square Enix is deciding to not release games on Xbox, because the reason why I think this is important to talk about a little bit more is simply because there have been, and I've witnessed it, man. It's been tough to deal, not to deal, but to see so many people pushing things. And look, a lot of this stuff is not necessarily wider known stuff. Like, it's all in small groups and small circles, but dude, there have been so many people on the internet just basically stomping Sony for not just for Square Enix, but for their third party deals and partnerships. And I get that. And one of the things I have in my title here is PS5 gets big praise. And what I actually forgot to mention earlier is one of the topics I had listed was how we have been, and people push back against this, and I think it's kind of funny. We have been seeing the development team for Final Fantasy 16 praising the PS5 hardware, and basically saying things like this game would still be in development if it wasn't for the PS5's memory and SSD. And I'll tell you right now, dude, you can tell people get upset. Like, you could tell people don't want to hear this shit. They don't want to hear developers coming out and saying these things. And the reason being is because people are convinced that they are being paid to say this. That they're being paid to say this. And I think it's crazy that people are willing to say that, because it's like, no, they're not being paid to say that. Okay? People insinuate that they're people need to understand that these developers were going to get paid no matter what, whether the game was exclusive to PlayStation or not, whether Square Enix decided to strike a deal. Like, they were going to get paid for making Final Fantasy 16 no matter what. They're not being paid by Sony. They're not being paid by Sony. I think this is important to highlight because, dude, I'm sorry, man. Like the PS5, we have heard the things that people have been saying, developers have been saying about the PS5 for a while. I do think some of it has been a little bit overblown. But what I really do think more than anything is that it's still early. I think we've seen some stuff. I think we've seen some glimpse into the PS5. Rigby, you're saying they're absolutely being paid by Sony. I don't okay. I don't think you understand how this works. Square Enix employees are not Sony employees. They're not being paid by Sony. Like that's not how this works. Like Sony's not writing a check to the director of Final Fantasy 16 saying you need to say mention the PS5 SSD, mention the memory. The thing that bothers me about people being so against this so aggressively is that, dude, people need to realize, like, are you listening to what they're saying? Like, are you reading what they're saying? They're not making absurd claims. Like, they're really not. And that's what drives me nuts is like I understand how back when the PS5 first came out, maybe people got a little bit overhyped about the SSD and like the SSD is magic and it's going to change, and I get it. This is not that. Them saying this game would still be in development if it wasn't for the PS5 and how easy it was to develop for it. Like why is that difficult for people to believe? I'm serious. Like I need to know why that's, and I noticed like the reason why you can tell people get upset is some of the comments I see. It's just more of a personal, it's anecdotal here. So some of the comments I see are, it's like clearly people taking offense where it's like, well, this could happen on the Xbox as well and PC. It's like, who said it couldn't? Like literally no one's saying that. Like these people are getting gaslit by something a developer is saying. Like pretty much no name people on the internet are claiming that, hey, I know better than a developer. I know better than a game director. I mean, maybe some people do, but I don't. But I think that's the thing that blows my mind is how people are latching on to this as if it's the game. Final Fantasy 16 can be, yeah, it can be made to be played on Xbox. It like it's not using some kind of special, you know, development code like that. It's impossible to run it on the Xbox. It's impossible to run on PC. I think where people are misunderstanding is that they're saying, look, the fact that we just had to only focus on the PS5's hardware and that alone, the game is done. Like that's the point. The game is like we're able to do what we're able to do because of that. We didn't have to worry about PC configurations. We didn't have to worry about multiple platforms and multiple SKUs, just the PS5. And the reason why I think this is interesting is because this is pretty much, as far as I'm aware, this is like the first time a developer has straight up come out and said, like, dude, it's we've been like we were able to get this game done quicker because we just were able to focus on the PS5. Like this is something that Mark Cerny talked about. This is something that was discussed, and people have praised the PS5 a lot. But I don't know, man. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid. But I don't know, dude. You're saying it's pure marketing, just like Godfall, Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, dude. All of the things were true, though. Like, what wasn't true about the things that were said about those games? I mean, yeah, Godfall apparently sucked, but it still looked really good. And that's what that was the whole bragging point of that game, right? It's like, look at how good this next gen game looks. And apparently graphically it had all the shine. It just turned out it was a not a great game. And yeah, they did do that too. They put that game on PS4 and they made it sound like they weren't going to. That was shit. That was some shady shit. That was some shady shit. But games like Returnal, games like Ratchet and Clank, again, I don't think anybody's saying that these games, maybe back in 2020 people were saying it, But I don't think anybody's saying at this point that these games can't go, like, they can't run on PC ever, right? Like, it's just not possible. No, I think the whole point here is we're seeing that there are some benefits to a certain degree with exclusivity. That goes for Xbox, that goes for PlayStation, that goes for Nintendo, and it's not anything new necessarily. It's not like, oh, uh, you know, developers they're only saying this because their checks are being written by, no, they're not. I mean, these games we've seen Returnal make its way to PC. Ratchet and Clank will probably make its way to PC at some point. And when that happens, I start to feel like, the idea at this point isn't that these games can't be played or run on PC. It's the fact that when a development team is focusing on a single hardware specification, A, they can extract the most out of it. B, development probably goes a lot smoother. And I think that these are some of the benefits that you can see with some exclusives. Like, for example, like, how come I don't recall if it happened or not. Like, I don't recall if Todd Howard or anybody at Bethesda said anything about Starfield exclusivity, but it wouldn't shock me. Watch, it's going to happen if it hasn't already, where they're going to come out and they're going to say, like, yeah, we were able to make the game the way it is because we, basically just doing an Xbox version. Well, then again, it's going to be releasing on PC, so I don't know. But then I feel like a developer recently insinuated that with Redfall as well, right? Like, he said, "Oh, it's not a bad thing." He straight up said it. He said it's not a bad thing that we had to cancel our PS5 version or whatever. He's just basically saying, like, now we can just worry about the Xbox version. It's like, I mean, yeah, like, I could see how it's like, oh, that's one less version to worry about, right? But I don't know. I gotta admit, Final Fantasy 16's marketing is working on me pretty good, because the game looks, dude. Final Fantasy 16 looks just really good. I don't. I'm surprised, man. I talk about it all the time. I'm genuinely not somebody who's traditionally been into Final Fantasy, and it's so interesting because I see people talking about how they're not as excited for Final Fantasy. They're not as excited. They're not as excited for Final Fantasy 16 because they feel like it's getting too far away from what Final Fantasy is, like, supposed to be. They want it to be like turn-based or slower, and they feel like combat looks too Devil May Cry-ish, whatever. And for me, it's just funny to think that it's kind of the opposite, where it's like, dude, this is what's getting me hyped. And I'm sorry, like, I won't lie, like, I enjoy seeing Square Enix's development team behind Final Fantasy 16. I mean, it's nice to hear them talking positively about the PS5, because I don't know, man. I think people. I think there has been, again, some stuff that's been a little overhyped, but I do genuinely think that, like, when you go listen to what Mark Cerny talked about, the philosophy and the design decisions that went into the PS5, I do think that there's likely something there that genuinely benefits developers, like, that are just focused on that hardware. Like, I do think that Final Fantasy 16 looks pretty damn impressive, but I'm curious, man. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out if it's all talk or not. That's the point. We're gonna find out if everything that's been said about the PS5, all the things that they're talking about. We're a couple years into this console being out now. Games that we get going forward, not just Final Fantasy 16, but Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, and who knows, Ghost of Tsushima 2 eventually, and these other games that are just being made for the PS5. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if they end up doing anything, like, legitimately kind of surprising, and it's gonna be exciting to find out. I just see some people. I don't know, man. People try to control the narrative in a pretty interesting way, I would say. Because I'll tell you right now, like, here's how I've seen things change, and I've literally watched as they've transformed. If Final Fantasy 16 was being marketed in like 2021 or even late 2020. Okay. In late 2020. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Gotta check this is important. Uh, okay. All right. All right. At guys, chat, remind me. At 3:30 Eastern time. I'm gonna finish my thought. At 3:30 Eastern time, I need to go do something. And I don't want to forget. So please remind me. This will be a podcast first. But yeah, that's in about 45 minutes. So I don't want to end up forgetting. What was I just saying? Oh, okay. Here's what I wanted to say. I feel like if what was being said about Final Fantasy 16 right now, if the exact same things were being said in like 2021 around that time, dude, people would be excited and they would be like, yes, like this is exciting to hear and this is awesome. And I'm telling you, man, that we are feeling the ripple effect of Sony's negative PR. I say this because, like, dude, there has been so much negativity towards Sony these past couple months. Self-inflicted, by the way, most of it, if not all of it. I want to make it clear. Like, I'm not saying this to defend Sony. I'm saying it's mostly like self-inflicted with, it's just like, oh, PSVR 2 is not selling and Forspoken flopped and Sony's keeps coming out here and you're saying this applies to Twitter only, maybe to a certain extent, but I don't know, man. It definitely only applies to a small percentage, but I guess the reason why I continue to notice it is because I'm, like I'm on the internet too, and I'm putting gaming content out here as well. So it kind of, I'm going to be subjected to it more so than other people would. But I think what's just interesting is how people are now so quick to just be like, yo, that's BS, right? Like these developers are lying. These developers are they're not they don't actually feel that way. Like what they're saying isn't true. They're just trying to pump something up because they're being paid. And it's like I don't know, man. People weren't saying that about Epic Games like back in 2020 when Sony made an investment into Epic Games. At least not many people were saying it. And people certainly weren't quick to say it. When they saw that demonstration with the PS5 and what it can be capable of doing, and we're getting those statements from Tim Sweeney about the PS5, and it's like, people were like, yeah, that it sounds pretty good and it looks pretty good. And that's the thing is like I'm looking at Final Fantasy 16 and I'm like, is everybody seeing what I'm seeing here? Because this game looks friggin' insane. Like it looks insane. And I'm seeing people just kind of act like, oh yeah, I don't know, man. I think the developers are they're hyping up this console and Final Fantasy looks, I don't know. This is and I'm just like, what the are people just saying this shit just to I think they're just saying it, man. I think people are just starting to say it because it's just like, hey, Sony sucks now, right? Like it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know. I mean, Sony's done a good job bringing out the haters recently, I think. Yeah, for sure. People are saying it because it's a Sony exclusive. Final Fantasy is the definition of mid. Damn, bro. Subtext. Sorry, I missed your super chats, man. You're saying between PC port challenges for a PS5 only game, The Last of Us Part 1, and PS5 versions continually outperforming the Xbox Series X, there is legitimacy to the PS5's engineering. The PS5's architecture is so unique that the Final Fantasy 16 team had to say PS5 exclusivity is only 6 months, but it will take longer to finish the PC version. Dude, that's it right there, bro. Like I know it sounds like fanboy stuff, but think about that shit. They straight up said, yeah, we got paid for 6 months. That PC version ain't taking 6 months, bro. That PC version's taking a lot longer than 6 months. That's what's crazy to me. Like, people think they're bullshitting. People think that Sony's literally writing a check. Like, you need to say these things and we'll pay you. That's not what's happening. Like, you're talking about a experienced and skilled development team that has been working with just the PS5 for years now to develop this game, and they're coming out here being totally transparent and saying, yeah, we're gonna do a PC version. That's obviously coming, and it's funny because people are saying that, like, oh, this is just marketing. Really? You think it's marketing that the director of Final Fantasy 16 is straight up saying, "Oh yeah, our exclusivity deal is only for 6 months." If anything, Sony's getting angry that they're saying that because, like, no, 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 we don't want people to know. Like, it's the opposite. And this is what frustrates me, man, because it's not like I'm saying people got to bow down to the PS5. The PS5 is your god. Not like that. No, of course not. It's just like, why can't PlayStation 5 owners get a little bit excited when they hear like an experienced, talented development team say some good shit about the console they're playing on? Like, what's so bad about that? Like, why are people just like, no, it's lies. You're falling for the lies, you naive fool. Like, bro, dude, I don't know. I've been playing on the PS5 since it came out, and this shit is awesome. Like, especially dude, the exclusive games look fucking insane. They look fucking insane. And okay, maybe it is marketing, but dude, does marketing always have to be a bad thing? Because I'll tell you right now, dude, like, I I I'm I'm telling you right fucking now, Ninja Theory is gonna come out when Hellblade 2 drops, okay? And it's gonna look like an amazing game. It's gonna look awesome. Hellblade 2 does look really good. It's gonna probably be one of the best looking games graphically. And they're gonna say some positive things about the Series X. They're gonna do it. And I'm just going to be curious. I'm going to be looking for the same motherfuckers. Like, hey, be sure to let everybody know. Don't get excited. You can't get excited about that. That's marketing. They're being paid to say that, bro. Okay? Of course they're going to say it. Of course they're going to say good things about the Series X. Don't get excited. So I'm just saying, like, I think the reality is that there are advantages and benefits to these consoles because they are to a degree custom made, and I think I think it's obvious the PS5 is a little bit more custom than the Series X, but the Series X is still a custom console. And I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to be surprised when the day comes when there's going to I think there's definitely going to be a scenario where a Microsoft studio releases a game, day and date, obviously, on the Series console and PC, because all their games release like that. But you're gonna see that the console version has an advantage over the PC version, and people are gonna, like, to a certain extent, and people are gonna be like, "Yo, what's up with that?" And I'm telling you, it's probably gonna be for the same thing where it's like if every development team has to do a console and a PC version, I wouldn't be surprised if there are going to be some teams that just prioritize the console version first, and then that's what I've been. It makes me think of The Last of Us Part One, dude, where we have to question why is The Last of Us Part One a complete disaster on PC? Like, why? A lot of people are. I mean, of course, will say, "Oh, it was rushed," and I have no doubt about that. I think The Last of Us Part One on PC was definitely rushed. It clearly wasn't ready. Like, it wasn't even anywhere close to being ready. But it's like we're watching Naughty Dog try to figure out how to do PC development in real time. And that's what's interesting to me. Like, they could have done this behind the scenes, but I think the reason why they probably chose not to is because they're like, this is going to take like a year. This is going to take a long time. Because we look at a game like The Last of Us Part 1, and we look at any Naughty Dog game, really. They've never put a game on PC, and it's clear that they have gotten used to they've gotten used to developing for the PlayStation console in such a way that they don't really know they don't really know how to properly make a PC version of a game, and they're clearly learning now, trial by fire. You're saying so by your logic, Sony fans like Xbox now because they have Hellblade. I mean, I'm assuming a lot of PlayStation fans are excited for Hellblade. Hellblade looks really good. That's the only logic here, really, is Hellblade looks like a good game. You're saying Digital Foundry has literally said that the way PC CPUs have to handle things, the PS5 does through the IO memory management, is what has gotten in the way. Yeah, that's I would believe it, dude. I would believe it. I mean, look, man, people can call it drinking the Kool-Aid or whatever, but when I listen to Mark Cerny, I don't fully understand everything he's saying because it's like some stuff I'm like I don't fully understand, but I get the sense that this dude knows what the hell he's talking about. You know, like I like Mark Cerny does not seem like the type of person that's looking to blow smoke. Mark Cerny seems like the type of person that when he comes out and says, I made decisions with this hardware design and I want to explain them to you and I want to let you know like why it's unique and why has its certain advantages, right? Um that's interesting to me. And I just we'll see, man. I am a believer in letting the games do the talking. I am. But I just it's getting tiresome. You know, it's getting tiresome when it's like people they get upset because of games being exclusive, right? And then they get doubly upset when good things are being said about the piece of hardware that they're exclusive to. You know, like don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid, I'm not naive. Of course like it's in your best interest if you're a developer, you know, and you know, your game is being marketed by a company that paid to market it and paid to get it exclusive. Like, of course, it's going to be in your best interest to not say bad things, but to say good things. But I just think it's crazy that people think like in their in these contracts that Square Enix is signing, like, dude, they're not going. Like people are out of their fucking minds if you think what you think an executive at Square Enix is telling like Yoshi P and everybody, like before they do their interviews, like make sure you hit these bullet points with the PS5 specifically. Like you got to mention the SSD and the memory. Like, no, that's not what's happening. And it's crazy to me that people think that that's not what's happening, dude. Maybe like you could argue maybe for like Sony's internal studios. You guys are saying, yes, that is what's happening. Can you prove it? If you can prove it, then I'll believe it. Because the thing that's crazy about you guys thinking that that's actually what's happening, like they're reading a script basically, is that it you guys are talking about as if it's necessary. It's not, dude. Final Fantasy 16 sells itself. The PS5 sells itself. Can I disprove it? Well, I guess you got me there. I can't necessarily disprove it, but this, I guess the proof will, like I said, it'll lie in the future, man. I mean, all right, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Here's a way I can help disprove it. I don't know if it'll be enough, but let me point this out. What about all of the third-party multi-platform developers over the past 2.5 years since the PS5 came out? What about all of those developers that have said good things about the PS5? What about the third-party multi-platform developers that have praised the architecture of the PS5, that have said it's easy to develop for? Right? Like I'll be honest, I feel like what we're hearing from Final Fantasy 16's development team is no different than what we've been hearing from anybody, whether they're making an exclusive game or not. And this is the point that I've really been trying to make this whole time, and I think it just took me this long to get to it. But it's that generally speaking, the PS5, it just seems like a console that developers like and have a pretty easy time developing for. Like it has some advantages that they genuinely feel like, hey, this is not too bad, right? But I don't know. There's no like I want to make it clear too. Like I know people keep saying I'm naive. Look, I'm not that naive. I'm well aware that people will say good things about the PS5 just for the sake of saying good things about the PS5. Like if you are a developer who's selling a game on the PS5, knowing that Sony is the market leader, like of course, like hey, it wouldn't hurt you to pump it up a little bit, right? Get maybe to help the sales of your games a little bit. I don't know. But I just think it's, look, it maybe it comes in the form of I'm not the best person to be talking about this because yes, I have a bias, that's not hidden, it's obvious. So maybe I'm not the best person to be talking about it, but I just feel like I don't know, man. I think the reason why I latch onto it so much is because it was a weird time, bro. Like before the PS5 launched, anybody who was there, like the 6 months building up to the PS5 launching, dude, there were it reminds me of where we are now with like, we say they're the vocal minority. We say they're the vocal minority, right? And they are, but man, they were pretty loud. And they wanted everybody to know, like, this console, bro, shit's weak. Shit's weak. And I still see people saying it now where they're like, yeah, the PS5 is holding back the Series X. And I'm like, I don't I don't think so. I is it though, really? Like, is that what's happening? I don't think that's what's happening. Um, why isn't Sony using Unreal Engine 5? I think they are, aren't they? At least one or at least a few of their studios. Black Manta 1989, you're saying, when I hear Sony is money hatting major Square Enix titles, I say to myself, just maybe. Square Enix has a better business and personal relationship with Sony. Microsoft needs to rectify that. Well, something's going right, dude. I'll tell you that. Something between Sony and Square Enix is going right. That's for damn sure. Perfect Image, you're saying Sony RAM and Vcache throughout is better than Xbox. I mean, dude, like, I'm perplexed anymore because it's every every platform has its pros and cons, its advantages and disadvantages. It's like I look at PC and it seems to me, I'm telling you, PC players are getting pissed off, man. I've seen a lot of PC players basically saying that it just seems like games release unfinished or broken on PC anymore, like unoptimized. And I'll tell you right now, like this is why I refuse to deal with PC gaming, man. It just seems like a nightmare. It does. Like I will always prefer just here's a console, I'm plugging it in. Maybe the worst I got to do is update a game, like one update, and it's like boom. It's not to say that games never release broken or unfinished on a console. That's not true at all. That does happen. But I don't know, man. It's I've seen people express how like, oh my god, Sony's releasing their games on PC. Time to get rid of the console. It's like, dude, I don't know about that. If this is the way Sony's going to be releasing their games on PC, you might want to hold off on getting rid of your console. Turns out there might still be a point to having a PS5 or an Xbox for that matter. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, look, the PS5 is getting big praise from Final Fantasy 16's development team, and maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, maybe I'm falling for the marketing, but hey, I'm looking at Final Fantasy 16 and I'm thinking this game looks awesome. It does. It looks really good, and they're saying it was easy to develop for the PS5. They're saying the game would still be in development if it wasn't for the PS5. I believe it. I believe it because you know what? Like, here's the thing. I have two options. I can either believe a development team that has worked on this game for years and is now just coming out and talking about what the process has been like. I can believe them, people who worked with this console for years, or I can believe some random people on the internet telling me that's bullshit. You know, that's all. I'm not saying that. I don't mean to say that in a rude way. It's just I'm saying like I'm gonna choose to believe them because they made the game on PS5. You know, how we'll know for sure. Here's a good one. Here's how we'll know for sure. We gotta look to Kojima. Okay, Kojima, he can't be bought. All right. It all comes back down to Kojima. We'll see when he talks about the development of Death Stranding 2. He has a deal with Xbox. He's going to be bringing a game to the Xbox Series X exclusively. All right. You're saying they were laughing about it on stage? Oh, I mean, maybe they were. Dude, that would be pretty funny though. Imagine if they were, dude. I gotta go see it then. If that's true, they're straight up laughing about it. Like, yeah, PS5's better, dude. Could you imagine if you're Sony and you're like, we paid for this game, we funded you. That would be, dude. That would be messed up. But saying they were watch the stream, it was a giant mockery. Really? Well, dude, I don't know about that. I don't. I'm telling you, the reason why I'm having a hard time believing this is because I'm reading the quotes. These are like straight up paragraphs that these men and these developers are saying. You're telling me they're just laughing the whole time while they're saying it? I don't know about that, bro. But dude, I want to see what Kojima says, because if Kojima is either just going to be like, yeah, we were able to do some great things with the PS5 and yep, that's it. Okay, that's like, all right, yeah, well, that's fine. And that's my whole thing, man. Like, I just find it interesting. I would love to hear more developers. Like, truthfully speaking, I would love, you're saying they were being cheeky, not mocking the PS5. Maybe, I mean, maybe that's why, dude. Maybe they I don't know. I'm sure that the context is needed for sure. Like, it depends on the tone, and you know, I'm sure that they're probably aware that it's, because that's the thing, man, is like, if you're making an exclusive PS5 game, even if you do have something good to say about the PS5, you probably are aware of the fact that, well, if I say something good, even if I mean it and I wasn't paid to say it, people are probably just going to assume that I was paid to say this. But I guess what I'm saying is I would love to hear more developers come out and talk about their experience developing with consoles. I feel like you hear about it a lot from indies. Like, you hear about it from indies a lot, but I feel like we don't hear enough from, like, you know, we don't hear enough from AAA game developers. Like, what's it like to develop for the PS5 versus the Series X? I feel like when the consoles first came out, we were hearing a lot more, and obviously as time went on, it's been reduced. And so I guess it's just, I don't know. Maybe I am naive in that way, but I'm just assuming that if this development team at Square Enix, if they're going to come out and say this extensively about their time working with the PS5, um I don't know. Like, I guess because I'm just thinking to myself, like, why would Sony even pay for that? Right? Like, isn't Sony the one that's saying, we're gonna let our games do the talking? I don't think Sony is like that anymore. I don't think they want Sony. I don't think Sony cares about talking about the power narrative or the capability. I mean, I remember there was I don't know if it was true or not, but I remember hearing a rumor that Sony internally, or like Jim Ryan, was not happy with Mark Cerny's like road to PS5 talk, because it it was like too complex for people, and the only thing that people ended up taking away from it was like 10 teraflops isn't 12 teraflops. It's weaker, and I got to say, like, we haven't really heard from Mark Cerny since then, have we? It's kind of sad, actually. So I don't know. It could be a thing where Sony maybe doesn't want conversation around it, because maybe they're afraid that it's going to get, it's going to go too much in the negative negative road. But then again, I don't know, man. Redfall looks like a 360 game. Yeah, that's true. Mark Cerny did do an interview with Wired. It's been, it'll be interesting, man, because the PS5 Pro is coming next year apparently, and it's gonna be interesting because we're gonna have to hear from Mark Cerny. Mark Cerny's the one handling the PS5 Pro, obviously, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to hearing from Mark again. I wonder if Mark has any hand in the no pun intended, in the handheld. That'll be interesting. Yeah, dude, I saw that. I saw that. Somebody in the chat says Redfall looks horrible in the new IGN video. Dude, I was looking at that. Let me see if I can find it. And I was only paying a little bit of attention to it, but I did notice like it's one of the first things trending. I go on Twitter. Oh fuck. What? No way, dude. It can't be happening again. It can't be happening again. Dude, the first thing I'm seeing, and it's people trolling, but man, it brings back memories. The first thing I'm seeing are people bringing up like screenshots of Redfall, and like they're not flattering, and dude, it reminds me of Craig with Halo. It's like bringing back those vibes. I'm looking at the image. What the? No way, dude. Come on, that has to be an altered image. These images have to be altered, bro. I'm sorry. I know I don't have it on screen, but I'm looking at these images and there's just no way. That can't be. Saying show us. All right, hold on. I'll save the images and I'll bring them up. This one picture in particular really it's bringing back so many like funny memories, bro, of Halo Infinite. Let me bring it up. Oh man. Apparently this is from Redfall. I'm gonna. Doesn't that remind you? Doesn't that remind you of Craig a little bit though? Come on, you gotta admit it's like Craig 2.0. Come on, that's funny. That's funny, bro. There's another one here. Yeah, get rid of this one. There's another one. Give me just a second to bring it up. Oh my god, come on. And this was the other one I saw. I don't know it. You know, like this has to be altered, right? This has to be altered. Like this can't. There's no way this is real. Look at the hair. This is like when I saw that picture of Joel and Ellie. Is it not on screen? Can you guys see it? That was the original leak. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, like, dude, that cannot be. That cannot be. That it just doesn't. It literally doesn't add up or make sense. But shit's pretty funny though. But I was just trying to find the. I'm trying to find the IGN preview. Oh my god, this is rough. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about Redfall. It like ever the thing about Redfall is like when they first showed that trailer, like the very first CG trailer, I was always skeptical because I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But we'll see what happens. I mean, it's not looking great. I'll be honest. It's not looking like horrible, but it's not looking. I don't think Redfall is going to be a. I don't think Redfall is going to be like a heavy hitter for Microsoft. I don't. It's going to be bad if. Listen, listen. Forspoken got fucking crushed, dude. Forspoken got crushed by the fanboys online, and Forspoken sitting. Oh, yeesh, jeez, that's bad. 3.5 user score. Forspoken sitting at a 64 on Metacritic. Okay. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how Redfall reviews. No, I don't want it to fail. I didn't want Forspoken to fail either. But god damn, dude, when Forspoken fell, the hyenas were all over it. They were all over that shit. They tore it to shreds. And I'm just gonna be curious if Redfall reviews poorly. 68 on Metacritic, 70 on Metacritic, not too far from Forspoken. $70 title, mind you. Yes, you can get it through Game Pass. But I don't want to hear that shit. I'm telling you fucking right now, I do not want to hear that shit. Because that's a cop out. If Forspoken, if Redfall flops and people are like, well, it's on Game Pass, like, no, dude, come on. That can't be. Look, it's true. Yeah, it'll like if it flops, you won't necessarily have to waste your money by paying $70, but we can't make that the bar. We can't make that the bar. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll be. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I would be surprised if Redfall got higher than an 80 on Metacritic. I could see it maybe getting an 80 at most, but if it got higher than an 80, I would genuinely be surprised. I would be surprised. But to me, Redfall looks like it's going to be in like the 70s. 72, yeah. I can see that. There's just I don't know, there's just something missing there, man. It looks very basic. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Basic games can be very fun. It just I remember leading up to Forspoken, especially after playing that demo of Forspoken, I kind of knew like, I don't know about this, man. I just got a bad feeling about it. I got the same feeling with Redfall. How was Babylon's Fall? Dude, Babylon's Fall was we don't talk about Babylon's Fall. Yikes. Dude, that has to be the quickest live service game death I've ever witnessed. That was crazy. No, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Babylon's Fall. Rashdam, you're saying just refuted your own point about making new IPs is hard. That's why Sony and Microsoft stick to their trusted stuff like God of War, Last of Us, Halo, Forza, etc. Oh no, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Keep in mind, I didn't refute my own point. I never said making new IPs is easy. I'm saying I hope for them. I would like from a gamer standpoint. And yes, Redfall is a new IP, but come on, man. Like you can't Rashdam, you can't honestly sit here and tell me that Redfall looks original. You can't. You could say it looks good. You can say it looks fun. You can say you're excited, but you cannot say it looks original. It's not. And that's fine. I'm not saying it has to be. It's a new IP. It's not a very original one. And frankly, it looks like it'll do just fine. Like, as long as there isn't anything really wrong with it, it looks like it'll do just fine. It's a shooter, right? Like, that's the thing about it, is it's a tried and true formula. You got vampires, you got guns, you're gonna shoot things, you're gonna shoot things with your friends. It's a winning formula. It doesn't mean it's original, but I think it'll do, like, unless the game has something like fundamentally wrong with it, I think it'll do just fine. A rainy day game. Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. But there's no doubt, Roshdom, I want to make it clear. I'll use this as an opportunity. New IP is hard. New IP is risky, and original new IP is very difficult. Absolutely. And you're right. This is why Sony and Microsoft definitely would prefer to stick to what they know. And sometimes they should, and sometimes it works out well to do that. But, I just don't want that to be the only thing. That's my whole thing with new IP, is I just don't want to see the video game industry become just a hollow shell of, it's just milk, 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 milk what works. Like, milk the name. Did you know what this reminds me of, dude? Did you see? I saw it trending, and this is a little bit different, but I don't watch The Mandalorian, but I saw that there was like a clip of the latest Mandalorian episode, and apparently, like, Lizzo and Jack Black were in it as like surprise guest characters or whatever, and people were like fucking just tearing it up, being like, what has happened to Star Wars? Like, this seems like a joke. Like, they were like, people were, and it created like a big argument, and I'm like, dude, I don't know, because I don't watch, but I really don't know. It is. I have to admit, even as I am not anywhere remotely close to a die-hard Star Wars fan. Like, I've always been a super, super casual Star Wars fan. Even as somebody who's a casual fan, like, I was more into it when I was younger. But even as somebody who's a casual fan, even I look at what Disney is doing with Star Wars, and I'm like, something just doesn't feel right. Like, something about it just doesn't feel right, man. It just feels it feels very, it's like the Disney effect, and I hope Sony doesn't turn into this. It's like what they do with Marvel. I feel just so sick. I'm just so sick of it. Like, it's too much. Stop. I really, yeah, I think that's what it is, man. And that's what I fear is going to happen in gaming, if it isn't already. Like, the milking, man. I get you want to expand and do interesting, different things, but God, you can tell, like, it's just becoming like, everything Star Wars, everything Marvel. Like, does everything have to be? Yes, everything. This is why John Wick. Shout out to John Wick. Saw John Wick 4. This is why, like, seeing a series like that succeed is nice. But now, I don't know. Now I don't know. They look like they're already going to start milking John Wick. They got like spin-off series and stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, this is where we are, guys. Everything's got to have a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off. And it's, and yeah, it's true, man. Like, it feels like the middle ground. What happened to the middle ground, What happened to the middle ground of, okay, we don't have to make everything about the same thing. We don't have to make everything have this exact name. We can be unique. We can try different things, but you could do some of the same, and you can do some new. What's wrong with that? Um Subtext, you're saying, have you watched any Jedi Survivor previews? Yeah, on the other hand, I haven't been watching too many previews because I'm already sold on the game, and that's what makes me sad is like I'm really happy to see that on the video game side of things. Oh yeah, that's true. I got 4 minutes and I got to go do something real quick. I'll only be gone for like a minute. Not even a minute. Probably like 30 seconds. But I appreciate you for reminding me because I actually would have forgot. Thank you. Church Keys, you're saying, thanks for streaming MBG. I'm in the hospital for Easter due to a blood clot. Your stream, it makes me feel at home. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. That's definitely scary stuff. But I'm glad I can help out in any way I can, man. That makes me feel good. I'm glad I can help you feel a little bit better in clearly a terrible situation. So I hope your Easter improves, man. I hope, I wish you a speedy recovery. I hope your Easter improves. And I'm glad I can help you out, even if it's just a little bit. That's the thing is like sometimes I do question. Sometimes I do question. Should I do this stream today? Maybe I should take a day off. I don't know. Or is it gonna matter to anybody if and then it's like days like today, you see somebody say something like that, and it's like, oh well, you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad I could help somebody out a little bit, you know, in a situation like that. Just a little bit. Makes it feel worth it. So I mean, don't get me wrong. I love doing the podcast. I love chatting with you guys. It's always a good time. But it's just that little extra special something there. I got 2 minutes. Got 2 minutes. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Star Wars shows is just sorry, it's cut off here. You're saying Star Wars shows is now just member berry appearances. I used to think Dave Filoni was good. Hopefully Jedi Survivor will be good. And that's the thing, man, is like Jedi Survivor looks so good. It makes me sad that I'm like not into Star Wars. To be honest, this game, Star Wars with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and now with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, this is like the only connection I have to Star Wars anymore. I just saw that they're gonna make another Star Wars movie starring Rey. Like 15 years later, they like just announced this. It's gonna be Rey, and I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? They announced other stuff that sounds really good. I think they're gonna do like they're gonna do stuff. I forget what it's like the old, 25,000 years in the past or something. And they got, was it James Mangold or something? I think he did Logan. So maybe that'll be really good. But I'm just shocked, dude. Like, why are you bringing Rey back? Like, dude, Star Wars Episode 9 was a fucking train wreck, bro. I actually just pretend it never happened. Straight up. I mean, Episode 7 was okay because it's like, okay, we're getting back into it. Episode 8 was a train wreck. And then Episode 9 was, I'm sorry, dude. I know Star Wars Episode 8 to a lot of people because of like what they did with Luke. I get it. Like, I totally feel that, what are you doing here? But Episode 9 was like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Dude, what was that line though? There's like a famous line in Star Wars Episode 9 where it was talking about like Palpatine coming back, and it was like it was Poe Dameron or something. He's just like, we don't know. Like how did he come back? And he's like, he just did. He just came back. And that's it. That's the only explanation you guys are getting. It's like, oh man. It's crazy. Anyway, guys, I will be back in approximately 30 seconds. Okay? 30 seconds. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. How long was it? I said it was going to be like 30 seconds. How long was it? Because I see there were people timing. 30. Oh, man, I was close. I was so close. Man, that's crazy. Um, hey, MBG, what do you think about the UK regulators? They seem fishy if you ask me. Holy shit. Yo. What? Is that a $500 donation? For how much? 400? No way, bro. Yeah, oh shit. Dude. Wow, I'm sorry for swearing, but wow, I got to say, Oliver, I'm really glad that I came back when I did, cuz it would have been bad if I was gone, if I was AFK and you did that donation, bro. Thank you so much though, man. Let me read your super chat here. You're saying, just saw your reaction to your own stream. Very humble, and I like that. Love your content. Hope your wife is better and your son is still lively as ever. Watch the stream as video on demand. Bye. Well, hey, man, I don't know if you're still here, but really, sincerely, thank you, man. That's an extremely generous donation, man. I was not expecting that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Every time it's not too often I get really large donations like that, but when I do, um, it's always crazy and very much. I mean, the appreciation goes such a long way because that's the thing is I tell you guys each week like I couldn't do what I do here on the channel if it wasn't for direct support and every single dollar donation counts and allows me to be able to keep this channel running, right? And so thank you so much, man. I'm like in disbelief. I can't believe it. Like did I actually not come back to my stream? Did I trip and fall somewhere else in my home and I'm just like a fever dream right now? In reality, my chair's still empty and everybody's wondering where MBG went. Damn, dude. That seriously though, thank you so much. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if you guys are aware. Some people might not be aware, but I did the only stream I ever did. It was me reacting to my own stream, and it was strange, and it was basically me calling myself out. It seemed a little bit insane, but a lot of people were appreciative of it because they were like, they understood what I was trying to do. I'm trying to improve and be aware of my potential flaws and things that are not so good, some things that are a little bit toxic, to be able to try to fix them and correct that. And so I appreciate it, man. That's seriously, it's a game changer for the stream in a big way. Thank you. And as for my wife, she's doing a lot better. She's almost fully recovered. Like the type of surgery she had, it's like it. I said it in my last stream, but it's like a night and day difference. So right after the surgery, she like couldn't really move at all, and she was like bedridden, recovering for like weeks. But then at some point, it just like quickly started to turn around, and now she's practically back, back to almost 100%. So she's doing well. My son's doing good. He's definitely lively as ever, man. That's for sure. He's definitely lively as ever. So really appreciate it, bud. Really appreciate it. Sincerely. I don't even know where to go from here. I don't even know where to go from here. But yeah, big shout out to Oliver. Big shout out to everybody who donates any super chats to keep this thing going, because that's the thing is I really do feel extremely lucky to be able to do this, and to be able to run this channel. And the thing that it can be tough sometimes, I'll be honest. Like there are times where it's like people are not going to agree with me, and people might have a problem with me, and that's to be expected. That comes with the territory. But the thing that always is the difference maker is like kind of stuff like this, right? It's stuff where it's like, dude, there are people who genuinely appreciate the content. There are people who genuinely appreciate every stream I do. There are people that show up to every stream I do, people that watch every video I put out. And it's just when you do it long enough, and that's the thing about YouTube. It's just like anything else. And it's actually ironic because it kind of falls in line with what we were talking about earlier. Things can just like become numbers, right? Things can just become numbers. And it can be really easy to just get lost in the numbers and forget like what they represent, you know? And that's why I honestly stream as much as I do, or I've been trying to increase the amount of streams I do because it's just it is different, you know? It is different and it's more personal. I love doing the videos too though, but really appreciate it, man. Um Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. Shout out to everybody who donates a super chat. You guys are incredible. Absolutely incredible. So that's a yeah, that was quite the surprise. Maybe it's because of what I said about Star Wars. Maybe Oliver knew. He's like, this guy gets it, bro. What's going on with Star Wars? All right, all right. So shout out to you, Oliver. Shout out to all of my channel members. I don't know where to go from now. Or from this point. I don't know where to go from here. You know what I'll do? Well, here we go. Irate Volcano 71. You're saying your streams help take my mind off of my mental illness. So truly, thank you. Well, I'm sorry to hear about your affliction, man. Mental illness. I mean, that can be that can be anything, really. It could be many things, and I feel like at some point, everybody, to a degree, at some point in life, everybody deals with a little bit of mental illness, and you got to make sure you're taking care of yourself. So I'm glad I can help, man. I'm glad I can help. Ooh, you know what? Irate Volcano, you just reminded me. I know what I want to talk to you guys about. I know what I want to talk to you guys about. And it's funny because like anybody who's here, I mean it's Easter Sunday, so it's definitely a little bit different today. People have obligations, people have things they have to do, and I understand that there probably are some people who would like to be here but can't. But I know that if you're still here listening, we're over 3.5 hours into the podcast, so you're in it for the long haul. You'll probably have an appreciation for this conversation. So let me talk to you about what I've been playing. Okay. It's so funny. This is gonna be so funny to anybody who was here last week, because if you were listening to my show last week, I went on this kind of rant about PlayStation trophies. And what's interesting is I got quite a bit of feedback, a lot of response from my audience on that topic specifically. And it makes me realize like people are interested in this conversation about trophies, about unlocking things. And it makes sense because I think trophies are pretty important. I think achievements and trophies. And it's always interesting because I feel like what you can learn something about somebody to a degree based on like how they approach that in gaming, right? And I went on this big tangent last week where I think somebody had asked me like, dude, what was your latest platinum, or are you gonna I think they asked me if I was gonna platinum Hogwarts or Resident Evil 4 maybe. And I talked about how I've now decided with games that I'm not going to trophy hunt anymore. I'm not going to buy a game and just pay attention to the trophies and feel like, in order for me to feel like I've fully completed that game, I'm going to need to get the platinum. I've talked to you guys in the past about how like I've always felt that platinums and trophies, I don't know, man. I feel like I couldn't properly enjoy a game the way it was meant to be enjoyed. And Resident Evil 4's platinum. Now, let me ask you guys. I know quite a few of you in the chat are probably still playing Resident Evil 4. How do you feel? For those who have been playing Resident Evil 4, have you unlocked the platinum trophy? Are you trying to unlock the platinum trophy, or are you like me? Are you like me? Because, dude, I saw somebody last week. It was either last week or the week before, and they were like, Resident Evil 4's platinum trophy is fucking ridiculous. And I thought, oh, okay, I haven't checked it out yet. Like, I haven't checked out the requirements to get the platinum. Um, but I kind of, it's interesting because, like, I was still in the middle of playing the game and I didn't fully beat it yet. Resident Evil 4 Platinum broke, y'all. Dude, yeah. I'll tell you why. Because I thought to myself, okay, I'm just gonna play Resident Evil 4. I'm gonna play it naturally, and I'm just gonna enjoy it. I'm not gonna look at any trophies. I don't care about unlocking any trophies. I just care about the experience of enjoying this remake from start to finish. And my plan after that was to then evaluate the trophies to see, like, if it's really that bad. Like, how bad is it really? Because I've gotten some difficult, like, I've gotten some difficult platinums before that by the time I was done, I'm like, I hate myself for doing this. Like, I practically hate this game. I'll have to go over my trophy, my platinum. Somebody asked me how many platinums I have. I have 32 total platinums. Okay, which isn't a whole lot. I feel like that's a pretty decent amount, but it's not a whole lot. And I want to at some point go through my list and because I can remember some platinums, but there are many platinums I've also forgotten about. But I know that, like, once I see the game pop up and I see, like, oh, that game, that platinum, I'll remember exactly what happened. And I want to, like, kind of make a list of the most difficult platinums I've unlocked so far. But when I looked at this Resident Evil 4 trophy list, I was like, holy shit, dude. No way. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And the thing that really bothered me the most about it, and I mean this, and it really, that guy said in the chat earlier, it broke us, dude. It did break me because when I bought Resident Evil 4, and you let me know in the chat if you feel the same way. I can't help it. I cannot help it. It's in my nature. One of the things I get excited about when buying a new video game is the trophies that might, like, it to me, it's like it's an opportunity to unlock a whole new set of trophies and potentially earn another platinum. That to me, when I buy video games, is part of the package, right? It just feels like it's something that comes along with it that I look forward to. And then I look at the trophy list for something like Resident Evil 4 because when I bought Resident Evil 4, that's exactly how I felt. I felt I thought to myself, I really am looking forward to this game, and I had hope that the trophy list would be doable, that it would be doable. Like, I expected some difficulty, with every game I buy, if I'm going to try to get the trophies, I always expect there to be some difficulty in the sense that there's going to be some trophies that I'm not necessarily going to look forward to unlocking. But as long as they're not ridiculous and asking way too much, then it's usually fine. And when I looked over the trophy list of Resident Evil 4, the thing that really disappointed me the most is how it basically was asking me, like, hey, you had fun with this game, right? Let's make it really unfun now. Like, let's make this game really unenjoyable. And the biggest red flag for me was, I forget which trophy it was, but I think it said you needed to beat the game in like under 8 hours or 6 hours, something like that. And I know that there's another trophy for getting like the S plus rank where you have to beat the game under a certain amount of time while only saving a certain amount of times. And that, to me, that's what broke me because I'm like, dude, I don't want to play the game that way. Like, even a little bit. Like, I don't. So I did get, believe it or not, I had a feeling with Resident Evil 4 that it was going to be a nightmare because I got all the achievements for Resident Evil 2 on Xbox Remake. I don't know why I decided to get the achievements for it, but I did it. And I remember one of the reasons I did it was because I was competing with my cousin. I think this is why I decided to get all the achievements on Xbox. I was competing with him to see who could get it first. And I ended up losing. Not by much. I still got it, but I got it later. And one of the things that I couldn't, like, I absolutely despised is, if I'm not mistaken, in Resident Evil 2 Remake, they ask you to basically speed run the game. you have to complete the game under a certain amount of time, and I think you even have to get the S plus. You have to do the whole thing, and I hated it, dude. It like that is technically I would have the platinum on PlayStation, but that's where I got every achievement, and I was like, that was the absolute worst. Like I never want to do that again because that's not fun. That is stressful. That is irritating, and I'm not enjoying it. And I get like I know that there's like a whole community around speedrunning, and I get it. Like I'm not saying that there should never be a reward for speedrunning a game. I don't mean that, but I just don't like that, man. I don't like developers that put trophies in games that it's just like, why are you asking anybody to do this? You know, like this is, to me, that's not fun. It's not fun. But here's the thing. If that was like the only like difficult, annoying trophy, like just speed run the game one time, I probably would do it. But it wasn't just that. Dude, I was looking through all the trophies and I'm like, dude, no. I'm like, there's another one where it's like complete an entire playthrough without healing or something like that. Complete an entire playthrough with just a pistol and knife. And I'm like, I'm just like, there's like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? I'm like, is this real? So I greatly underestimated the individual, at least what they said. When they said, dude, RE4's Platinum is a nightmare. I really thought, nah, they can't be that bad. Oh no, it's that bad. It got me so bad that in that moment I decided, I'm like, I'm done. I'm like, I'm quitting trophy hunting, or so I thought. And this leads me to my next point. So I've been enjoying Resident Evil 4 Remake. I completed the game. I think my first playthrough, I beat it in about 20 hours. I took my time. I'm like that weirdo. I would be the worst streamer ever if I streamed games like this. You want to know why? Because I'm that weirdo that walks around in this game. Like I walk everywhere. I can run. Like they give you the option to run, and I feel like that's what most people do. Like you're running. I walk. I only run when I have to. I don't know why. I just sometimes I'm weird like that. I play games like I remember when I played Ghost of Tsushima. When I played Ghost of Tsushima, I just and I refused to sprint on the horse unless I had to because I just wanted to walk around and slowly take everything in. Yeah, and I appreciated that, and it makes me feel like I'm getting more out of the game. So it took me about 20 hours. I beat it just on the regular difficulty. I wasn't trying to, I was just trying to have fun basically. And I decided if I'm going to go for anything above that, I'm going to do it in New Game Plus. And I was really looking forward to New Game Plus because New Game Plus, I don't know, specifically with Resident Evil 4, I remember playing New Game Plus back in the day, and I always looked forward to it because there's just no greater feeling than just, going through the entire game and then starting it over. And, specifically the first village sequence, when you're taking on everybody, it just feels so good when you go back the second time and you're like, well, you're all getting annihilated now, payback. That's what it feels like. So I started playing a New Game Plus and I got to try out the mercenaries, but here's what happened. Okay. The next game, I'm hoping to get to the Burning Shores DLC. However, what I didn't realize is that Dead Island 2 comes out pretty much at the same time as Burning Shores. Now, this is going to be tough for me because I don't know about you guys. How are you guys feeling about Dead Island 2? I feel like it's looking pretty good. Like, it's looking way better than I thought it would look, considering this game has been in development hell. And so to me, it's looking like a day one buy. Like, I'm kind of excited for it. But then there's also Star Wars Survivor, Jedi Survivor. And I'm like, Dead Island 2 comes out on the 21st. Jedi Survivor comes out on, I think, the 28th. So that's going to be tough. I don't know if I'm going to be able to squeeze in the Burning Shores in that time. Waved Max, you're saying it's all good and fun with Platinums and BG till you go for Peppa Pig 2 Game of the Century Plat. Dude, what's that game's Platinum like? I should get that Platinum just for fun. Just for fun. So there's a reason why I brought this up, okay? Resident Evil 4's trophy list broke me temporarily, and it made me decide momentarily that I'm not a trophy hunter anymore. I'm not getting any more platinums. I'm done. I'm quitting. I'm retiring. I'm throwing in the towel. And then a couple days went by and I realized I can't do it. Like my brain won't let me. I can't do it. And I was like, well, so are you going to try to get the RE4 Platinum? Like, what's it going to be, MBG? You're going to do it or you're not? And I'm like, I'm not doing that either. So I was like, I found myself in a bit of a conundrum where I'm like, I feel like I should quit trophy hunting because I I don't know. I just feel like, is this going to be worth it? I don't need trophies. I don't need to play games like this anymore. I'll just enjoy games. Um, but I realized I don't want to quit trophy hunting. I realized that I do like earning trophies. I do like earning platinums. It just turns out that I don't like hunting trophies that feel like, dude, this makes me want to die. Like, this is the worst. This is the worst. It's making me hate this game. So I did what any logical person would do. I've been telling you guys for a long time, there's a game, it's a live service game. You already know. I'm sure somebody in the chat's already going to call it out. I've been playing it for a long time, and I keep going back to it. And me and my wife have been playing it a lot, actually. She's telling me I should do a stream one day of us playing. I don't know about that. But I've been playing for a long time as like my go-to kind of like junk food game, Dead by Daylight. I'm like, this is why I fear that Sony's too late with their games as a service, because I'm like addicted to Dead by Daylight. I've been addicted to Dead by Daylight since like 2021. All right. And I just find myself like I always keep going back to it to just get some rounds in, So we'll see, dude. Sony's gonna have to create a really good game to make me get away from Dead by Daylight. But you know what I decided? So I got the platinum for Dead by Daylight back in 2021. Now, if you're not familiar with Dead by Daylight, let me tell you about this. Okay, let me tell you about this. Dead by Daylight has a platinum trophy, but as you all know, on PlayStation, anytime a DLC has trophies, it's separate from the main trophy list. So when you look at a game, it'll tell you your total percentage. And if it has a bunch of DLCs, that total percentage, even if you have the platinum, will go from 100% to 80%, 85, whatever. Some people hate that, and it drives them nuts, right? Because it's like when you look at your trophy list and you see that you got the platinum, you just want to see the 100%. But you don't see the 100%. You see like whatever percent there is, taking into account the the DLC trophies you didn't get. And so anybody who's familiar with Dead by Daylight knows that ever since this game released, I think Dead by Daylight came out in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Ever since this game released, they pretty much release a new DLC for the game like every 3 months, consistently. Every 3 months, they have a new killer, a new group of survivors, the whole thing. It's a whole DLC, okay? And every time they release a new DLC, they release a new set of trophies. So this game has a total of 215 trophies. 215 trophies. And I may end up giving up on this. You guys know where I'm going with this. I may end up giving up on it, but I decided, you know what? I may not be able to get Resident Evil 4, the platinum for that. And I did get the platinum for Dead by Daylight, but I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to get every trophy in Dead by Daylight, which is it's ridiculous, dude. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to have to pay money to do it because they're like characters that I haven't purchased yet. But I will say Dead by Daylight's pretty good with that. Like Dead by Daylight's good when it comes to making purchases because you're buying new killers and like new survivors. The survivors are a little bit questionable, but the killers, every killer's unique and different, and they have a completely different skill set. So it feels totally worth it. And I actually get excited every time I unlock a new killer. And boy, I didn't realize. So like to put in perspective how bad, in my opinion, You're saying that it means the game is paywalled? No, it's really, that's how they make their money. Like, you have to buy, you don't have to buy anything, but you can buy new killers. But they give you like in Dead by Daylight, they give you a certain set of killers initially, and you can just play with them, and they're perfectly capable. Like, they're just as skilled, I guess, or as capable as any of the other killers. But where they get you is they know what they're doing. Like, you can buy Albert Wesker as a killer, you can buy Nemesis as a killer, you can buy Michael Myers, you can buy Freddy, you can buy Pyramid Head, and it's kind of awesome, dude. Like, it is really good. And I you're saying it's not that hard? I don't know, man. I think trying to get every trophy in Dead by Daylight's pretty hard. So, as I started this undertaking, I decided to start with Michael Myers, okay? And he was a DLC, and I already had him unlocked, and he's fun to play as. And his whole thing, so this is really tough for people to understand who don't play Dead by Daylight. But Michael Myers, his whole thing is he stalks people in the game. He stalks the survivors, and he powers up, and he gets to a point where he can just like one hit you and down you in one hit. Oliver Pace 400 and MBG instantly talks about buying every character in Dead by Daylight. Yes, bro. That's where it's going. But here's the thing about playing as Michael Myers. So I have to give you guys this context because I know there are people listening to this who they don't know how Dead by Daylight works. The way Dead by Daylight works, there's 4 survivors, 1 killer. The killer has to down a survivor, pick them up, and put them on a hook. Okay? That's the goal as a killer. You have to do that 2 times in a row for each survivor, and then the survivor actually dies, and you do that for all 4 survivors, and you win, and the killer wins. But Michael Myers in this game has a very unique set of add-ons where you can equip an add-on as Michael Myers, where what happens is if you power yourself up all the way to level 3, you don't need to hook anybody. You don't even need to down anybody. If you use these, Tombstone, it lets you just straight up murder a survivor without doing anything. Like, it's the most insane thing I've seen in a game, where imagine you enter a round of Dead by Daylight as a survivor, and you're like, okay, even if I suck at this game, I can still have a chance to try to, like, I'm not going to die instantly. If you're playing against Myers using this add-on, you level up to tier 3. You can literally walk up to a survivor and he just stabs him. He just straight up grabs him by the neck and stabs him and throws their body away. And I remember I was playing this with my wife, and the first time that happened to her, she was like, what the fuck just happened? And even I was like, I don't even know. I didn't even know he could do that. And that's what ended up making me want to buy him as a character, because that's pretty awesome. It sounds like it's OP. It's actually pretty balanced. I have somewhere I'm going with this, okay? This man really talking about Dead by Daylight. Hey, man, it's Easter Sunday. I'm out of topics, bro, when it comes to Xbox and PlayStation. So I'm gonna just go and talk about Dead by Daylight. Actually, it does come back down to trophies, so it is related to PlayStation. But the point I'm trying to make here is that when I decided I'm going to get every trophy for Dead by Daylight, I did not realize when I decided I'm going to start by playing with Michael Myers that I'm choosing to do one of the hardest trophies in the game. And I had no idea. And what that trophy is, the trophy says you have to kill all 4 survivors in a round. And these are real players. Like, they have to be public matches. So you can't cheat it. You can't cheese it. You have to kill all 4 survivors by your hand. Like, you have to stab all 4 survivors. So what this ultimately means is you have to use 2 of the highest tier add-ons, and you have to play like perfectly, dude. Like, the skill required, you have to get a little bit lucky as well. And let me tell you, I almost punched a hole through my screen. Straight up, bro. I was considering streaming myself trying to get this trophy, because it would have been fun to see MBG raging like this. But I almost punched a hole through my screen. And I got to a point, like, I really was like, dude, I can't get Resident Evil 4's platinum. Now you're gonna tell me I can't even get these trophies on Dead by Daylight. Like, I was feeling, I was down bad, as the kids say, right? I was down bad. And I was like, I should just throw in the towel. I'm not cut out for this anymore. But, I took a little break. I came back. And first round, I got the trophy. And my God, man. See, that right there, that saved me. Because I'm like, there it is. There it is. That's the feeling right there. That's exactly why I still hunt trophies. And then after that, I proceeded to take on another one of the hardest trophies unknowingly. I'm just that unlucky, dude. Like, I got one of the hardest trophies in the game, and the next trophy was playing as a character called the Huntress. And I'm not even gonna listen. I'm not gonna sit here and explain the whole thing. It's not, that's not why. I'm assuming that's why you guys didn't tune into this podcast to hear me just go on and on about Dead by Daylight. But I'll just say this: if you play Dead by Daylight, if you know the trophies for the Huntress, you know which trophy I'm talking about. You know which trophy I'm talking about. Okay? And I got it. I got that trophy. And I'm not proud to say how I got it. You can't cheat. I want to make it known. You cannot cheat in this game. You cannot do private matches. But man, let me just put it to you this way. I made some people playing Dead by Daylight quit this game. I made them log off of Dead by Daylight and say, I'm never playing this game again. I'm uninstalling this game. This is horrible. I'm done with this game. I ran out of topics. MVG 2023. No, dude, it's worse than hook camped. I did not camp their hooks. Dude, I straight up. So I know I'm speaking to the people who know the game right now. I straight up downed survivors and just I carried them. I threw them in a corner of the map, and then I walked away, probably like 50 feet, and I waited. I waited for their teammates to go rescue them, and I just had to throw those hatchets, man. I had to throw those hatchets, and I had to pray that I was going to be on point and hit them from 24 plus meters away. And my God, I should have streamed it. If I stream this, everybody here would understand what I'm talking about. I should start streaming Dead by Daylight. I should. I think people would enjoy seeing how ridiculous it gets with this trophy hunting. And that's how it can relate to PlayStation. I'm hunting these trophies. If you guys had seen this, though, you would have been like, dude, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? It was fun, though. I say that now because it's over. It wasn't fun. It was... You're saying your hardest platinum ever was World at War. Beating the game on veteran mode was madness. Literally NPCs with aimbot. Oh, dude. See, this is why I said I used to play Call of Duty, man. And this was back on Xbox, though. Yes, holy shit. That has to be the hardest platinum or achievement. Call of Duty World at War on veteran. It was broken. It was broken. Oh my God. That's good shit. Anybody who has that platinum, you suffered for that. Dude, you just brought back a memory of mine, dude. World at War, back when that game was out, I was like, I need to get every achievement for this game. It has to happen. And I got stuck towards the end of that campaign. And it got so bad. I got so desperate to unlock this achievement. I had my friends come over my house. And I was like, you need to do this for me. I was like, I can't beat this. And we sat there day in and day out, passing the controller. And I'm sad to say, no one ever got it, dude. We couldn't do it. We could not do it. We kept trying over and over. And at some point, I had to just quit and say, I can't do this. World at War on veteran was my first Call of Duty experience on veteran. Enemies keep firing grenades at me, and I keep firing them back. I was legitimately crying. You're saying that's cheating, MBG. Dude, even cheating, if that's cheating, that still wasn't enough. Yeah, that's another one, dude. The Mile High Club. Tough shit, dude. That's, yeah. Oh, crazy shit. Yeah, so pretty much, what has happened here is I haven't given up on trophy hunting, okay? I haven't given up on trophy hunting. It's just that I've accepted there are going to be times where I'm not going to be able to get a platinum, and I'm not going to, and the reason being is because I'm just going to, I know, like, I'm not going to enjoy this, and I don't want to do it. And that's okay. That's okay. You're saying I should start streaming my trophies. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I should. Honestly, maybe I make a second channel or something for it, or unlist the streams. I don't know. I don't know that it would be as enjoyable though. I mean, maybe it would be for some people, but a lot of it is like, and you know what? You know what I realized too? I learned about myself. Do you know what trophies I love the most? There are two types of trophies that I love the most. Number one are the trophies that just reward you for just playing the game. Those are my absolute favorite trophies, where it's like, yeah, I did, dude. I almost got the platinum for Destruction All Stars, bro, and I gave up. That's what I'm talking. Like, dude, that was another trophy where I was like, look, this game's free on PS Plus. I'm playing it. It's okay. And I was like, maybe I could just get the platinum for it. And I got like 85% of the way. And there was this one trophy where you gotta like ram 3 people or something with your special. And it's, I couldn't do it anymore. I gave up on it. But my favorite types of trophies are the ones that just reward you for playing the game. Like, not just like, hey, you know, a trophy that doesn't ask you to go out of your way necessarily. But I also appreciate trophies that ask you to go out of your way under certain parameters. Like, I like grinding trophies. So any trophies where it's like, oh, kill like 1,000 enemies or something. As long as the gameplay, like, assuming the gameplay's fun, right? I love that. I love grinding out trophies. That's a lot of what Dead by Daylight's trophies are. Like, I'm playing as Ghostface now. And you guys know who Ghostface is, right? You know, Scream. And, his trophies are not ridiculous. They're just like, hey, use his power like 50 times. Like, that's great. Thank you. Like, that's not ridiculous. That's not painful. You're just asking me to play the game, and enjoy it. I love that. And you'll reward me for it with a trophy. I love that. Now, I understand there always has to be trophies for collectibles. Okay, there has to be trophies for collectibles. I think Ghost of Tsushima is like, when I think of a AAA game with a ton of collectibles, they handled it perfectly. Sucker Punch, whoever made the trophies at Sucker Punch, they were like, you know what? We got like hundreds of collectibles. I think it's like hundreds of collectibles. It's a lot. It's a large number of collectibles in this vast open world. And you know what they decided? We're not going to ask you to get all of them. We're going to ask you to get like 25% of them or something like that. It was like a certain percentage. And what I loved about that is that that's the perfect blend of, okay, you want me to engage with the collectibles and you want me to, explore a little bit and try to find some, but you're not asking me to go insane and find every single one. I love that. Like, that was the absolute best way to handle that. And I can't stand games that are like, you need to get every collectible, because you know what it turns into. And I feel like developers should know what it turns into. You know what I mean? When developers are making these trophy lists and they're asking you to get 100% of the collectibles, they're basically saying, we want you to go on YouTube and watch these walkthrough videos and follow them step by step. It's like, dude, it's like asking me to do homework or something, That's not fun. And that's what I loved about Ghost of Tsushima and the way they handled it, because they're not asking you to do that. They're saying, we want you to explore. We want you to find some collectibles, but we're not going to ask you to, explore every tiny nook and cranny, losing your mind. I mean, it makes you wonder, like, the people who even come up with these, or they make these guides. I don't even know how they do it, man. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, that's my big conversation I wanted to have about trophies and trophy hunting, because I really was questioning for a little bit there if I'm gonna, if I'm actually gonna give up trophy hunting. And I think for a moment I really thought I would be able to, but I realized that I do enjoy it too much. I just get very disappointed when I come across a game where it just feels like the trophies are just straight up not fun. And I like start feeling angry towards the developers. I'm like, who made this list? Who thought of doing this? Who thought of asking somebody to do this? And I know that that's not at the top of, their priority list. It's, because trophies are optional, but saying some trophies are intentionally hard because they want player engagement. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is I was thinking there's so many DLCs in Dead by Daylight. There's like 20 DLCs or like 25 or some ridiculous number like that. And they each have trophies. I'm like, they keep making trophies. Like they make sure to include trophies and achievements in these DLCs. And it's clear that people are going for them. It's clear that there are people like me. They're like, yo, my purpose for playing this game is to get all the trophies, you know? And they know that some people are like me and they'll probably like spend that $5 to unlock that new killer to also try to unlock those trophies with it. So yeah. It's interesting, man. GTA trophies will make you yeah, dude, that's always bothered me too. The trophy list for GTA and Red Dead. What's interesting is I see a lot of people talk about how they hate and they despise um multiplayer trophies. And I'm on the fence with that. Like for me, if I enjoy the multiplayer and the multiplayer trophies are simply asking me to just play the game and enjoy it, I'm fine with that. But there's some multiplayer trophies where it's like the expectation, like what they're asking you to do is just like, this is so luck based. Why? Like, why are you asking anybody to do like this is luck based, you know? If it's like a multiplayer where it's like kill 50 enemies or something, like, oh, okay, that's reasonable. That's fine. That's very doable. Even if it's like a multiplayer game you don't enjoy. What didn't The Last of Us Factions, the original Factions mode, didn't it have like a trophy where it was like play factions for 40 hours or something? I remember like people hated that. Because that's a long time, man. 40 hours? 40 hours. I mean, if you love the multiplayer, that's no problem. But for a lot of people, they're going to think like, dude, I got to play this for 40 hours. I mean, I enjoyed the multiplayer, so it's not a problem, but it's a good talk though. I enjoyed talking about this. I think this was a good final topic. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated as the months go on, the weeks and the months. Yeah, Returnal's Platinum was luck based. It was RNG. It's I'll keep you guys updated with my journey though, trying to get the Dead by Daylight Platinum. Not Platinum, no, actually. That's the irony of all this. I already have the Platinum. Getting all the trophies. Dude, I don't know, man. We'll see if I'm able to do it. I think I'm 70, believe it or not, I think I'm 75% of the way there. I have 75% of the trophies unlocked. So I'm pretty damn close. What's MBG looking forward to next? Well, we'll have to see. Like the Burning Shores DLC looks good, but I don't know, man. Between Dead Island 2 coming out and then a week later Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to squeeze the Burning Shores in there. I think what I might have to do is I'm going to have to see how much content is in Burning Shores and how like robust the DLC is before I decide, because I'm not going to be able to play it all at once, you know? This is what I hate it when this happens, man. Like, I feel like there are just these like extended periods of time where just like there's weeks with nothing to play or like nothing new coming out really of that you might be looking forward to, and then 3 to 4 things drop in like a week and a half together. It's like, why? Why? Has anyone played a game called Dredge? I've seen some people talking about it. I saw it on the PlayStation Store, but I haven't played it. But you're gonna wait for the Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition to pop up so you can play everything. Yeah, they'll probably do that actually. Yeah, dude, Jedi Survivor looks really good. Looks really, really good. To me, the reason why I'm excited for Dead Island 2 is it's because it just looks like I'm a sucker for zombies, man. I am. I've always been a sucker for zombies. I love zombie games. I love just anything like that. And Dead Island 2, I didn't even really play the first game, but I'm looking at the gameplay of this one and I'm like, it just looks fun. It just looks fun, you know? And the whatever this like dismemberment system is or this gore system, it looks insane. It looks like I mean, I think about Left 4 Dead 2, and Left 4 Dead 2 had a pretty crazy dismemberment gore system, but this looks like on another level. Yeah, and the weapons look pretty unique. And I like the tone. I like the tone of Dead Island 2 as well. I like the fact that it's not taking itself seriously and it's silly and it's just supposed to be fun. It is a full blown $70 game, so I gotta admit, like I'm really hoping, like if I can, for me when it comes to buying games, and I'm curious what you guys think of this, because I feel like that's always a conversation that people have is like how much you're paying for a game versus how long the game is. For me, believe it or not, $70 is a lot of money, in my opinion. You know, that's a good chunk of change, and it's not something I just would want to blow and regret. Um, but for me, when it comes to buying games, my expectation is I feel like if I can get a solid 15 to 20 hours minimum, like 15 on the low end, but a lot of times with games it's 20 hours. Like if you give me a game and I pay $70 and I get like 15, 20 hours out of it and I'm really satisfied with it, and that's the key part. I'm satisfied. Like that was a 15 to 20 hours well spent, right? I'm happy. I don't need games that are really long. I'm fine with that too. Like if a game's like this game's 50 to 70, like Final Fantasy 16, like that game's going to be a long game, a lot of content. That's great. You know, like as long as it feels fun to play, I'm cool with that. Um, Space Gambler Jr. is saying, in fact, I have a copy of World War Z Aftermath. You get it in a PO box. I'll send it to you. Yeah, I don't have a PO box. I don't know if I'm gonna get one, dude. I have World War Z. No worries, man. I did play that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I love zombie games. I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would, but it was a fun game. It was fun. It was like mindless fun. It really did kind of remind me of Left 4 Dead, where it's just like massive hordes. And I read that book too a while ago. Most un-American thing. But yeah, I mean, when I think about Dead Island 2, I don't imagine paying $70 for that game and being like, I'm gonna spend 80 hours playing this game. I could, but I don't expect that. To me, I'm going in with the expectation if I can get like a solid 15 to 20 hours and it feels really good to play, and I basically am like, maybe I'll get the platinum. You know, I have to see what they're gonna ask me to do. But if I just play it and I get my fill, I'm like, this was enjoyable. Put the game on my shelf, maybe get the platinum. I'm happy with that, you know? But the thing I love most is like it reminds me of Sifu. Like when I bought Sifu, I put like 50 hours into Sifu or something like that. Like 40, 50 hours, way more time than you think you would for like an indie game. I think it was Sifu was I think $40, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think Sifu was 40 when it launched. Was it 40 or 50? I think it was 50 if you wanted it physically, 40 if you bought it digitally. But I just like I wouldn't have expected to put that much time into that game. Like I thought maybe 20 hours, 25. Even then, I feel like that's like high end, right? Oh, maybe like 12, 15 solid hours. Dude, I've easily sunk 40, 50 hours into it. So it's like, damn, I love it when that happens, right? Like, I love it when you play a game and you really just weren't expecting to sink that much time into it. And then you do. You're like, oh, I like that game more than I thought. I was enjoying myself more than I thought I was. Magnum Gaming, you're saying, I'm hooked on The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners playing first time in VR. It's an amazing experience, RPG survival horror. It's like you are there peeping corners. Yeah, I've been here. That's the thing, man, is I've been hearing good things about specifically The Walking Dead. I've that and Resident Evil, but it seems like The Walking Dead is going a little bit under the radar because I was like scrolling through Twitter and I saw a comparison between like I don't know if it's like the MetaQuest version, like the original version basically, and then the remastered version for PSVR 2, and it looks like a completely new game. But I've been hearing good things about it, man. I wonder if they're gonna keep making those. I used to be into The Walking Dead, and then I think after like season 7 or something, I fell off of it. But I played the games as well, and I gotta admit that game does look pretty badass. Looks pretty fun. Eventually, I'll probably give it a shot at some point. Whew. Well, guys, we are approaching the 4.5 hour mark, and I don't know. I think this is where I'm going to have to end the show because obviously I'm spent on all my topics, and I had fun though. I think that this ending conversation was pretty fun, talking about trophies, just chatting with you guys for a little bit. And before I end the show though, I have to give some big shout outs to you guys. Okay. So first shout out, thank you, Oliver Opfer, for your extremely generous super chat donation. And then also a massive thank you to everybody else who donated a super chat. Every super chat means a lot to me, and I want to sincerely thank you guys for continuing to support the podcast, for showing your support for the show and the content. Really means a lot, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I wouldn't be able to produce this content in the way that I do if it wasn't for your continuous support. So thank you guys so much for that. Appreciate the support you guys have been showing the videos recently as well. I haven't been able to get as many videos out as I would like because unfortunately I don't know, it's just not the news, there hasn't been a whole lot of it yet, but hopefully in the coming weeks and months that will change. You're saying we need more Dead by Daylight discussions. Yeah, we might, man. We might as time goes on. I'm gonna build like a whole subsection community within my community of Dead by Daylight fans. At like the very end of like every podcast, it's gonna be like a Dead by Daylight conversation. Thank you, Waved Max. I appreciate that. The is that emoji? Is that a pear giving a thumbs up? I think that's what that is. I appreciate that, bud. MBG wants his roadmap. Dude, look, man, I know. I cannot wait, truly. I can't wait till Sony starts talking again, man. Because I'm just so tired. Like I have a tendency to give into negativity and cynicism way too easily. And these past couple months, man, it's been rough. It's been rough, bro. And I'm really looking forward to getting back to the excitement for PlayStation. I'm tired of all the and I know people say like, "Oh, you don't have to talk about it." And I know I don't have to do anything, but it's like I said, I like to do the podcast every week. I like to do the videos. I like to do extra streams when I can. But man, I just can't wait till we get to that point where it's like Sony's like, "Okay, you know what, guys? You've been waiting long enough. Let's put on a show. Let's show you what we've been working on. Let's announce some new games. Let's do some exciting things. Like let's really get the community excited again." That's what I'm looking forward to. Not just because I want to be a hype man. I don't just want to be a hype man, but it's because, dude, I'm a fan. I'm a PlayStation player. I want to see this stuff. I want to get excited for it. And we're getting closer, man. We're counting down the days, counting down the weeks. We gotta be getting close. I can smell it. I can smell it, The showcase is coming. So hopefully that comes sooner rather than later. But all right, guys, that's episode. Is that correct? You know what? Did I mess up the podcast episode? Is episode 155? Is this correct? I feel like it's correct, right? I forgot to double check that. I'm assuming it's correct. That's episode 155 in the books. Pretty good episode. I enjoyed it. Easter Sunday episode. Is it 156? Did I actually get it wrong? Hold on now. I gotta check. I gotta check. Now I'm gonna be curious. Nope, no. It's good. We're good. No, you guys are trolling me. It's not 156. You guys are messing with me. 155. 155. All right. All right, that does it. Big shout out to all of my channel members, and I want to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter gets the timestamps up. I really got to start saying this at the beginning of the podcast, but Devil Shooter does the timestamps every week for the podcast. He usually gets them up by the 24-hour mark, give or take, sometimes 48 hours. So if you're somebody who can't watch the show without the timestamps, check back a day or two later, and the timestamps should be there, okay? Because he does them extremely detailed. So if you see Devil Shooter in the comments, give him a big thank you. Give him a thumbs up. Appreciate what you do for us, Devil Shooter. And thank you to my entire community. I really appreciate all the support. And yeah, let's see what this upcoming week brings. Hopefully some good news. Hopefully some good news for PlayStation, right? All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Happy Easter. I will catch you all in the next one. Take care.